like this, I see how it picks up what you're doing on the table. So just be mindful of that. Also, and I forgot to tell Brian this. Hey, Brian. So we can turn the speakers off for in here if we want, and it will still pick you up on the microphone to the live. So that's up to.
We probably need the speakers on because the
these guys
audience
are the
have a
ones
hard
that
time
will
hearing
need
us.
to hear. But maybe if you turn it down, a little
Yeah.
echoey.
Yeah, maybe turn it down.
I think that's the group has to make that decision.
What?
You can, yeah, because I guess not. You don't need them yet, but at one point, Michelle's emailed everybody information.
Now somebody's gonna have to talk so we can test it.
Hello. Hi. Miss Ashley.
They're not complaining that it's too loud.
No, so we're probably good.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. It's 9 o'clock, so if I could have all your attention. We're gonna get started, everybody. I shouldn't need my teacher voice. Okay, I want to go over some kind of housekeeping kind of things. So when we have a caucus, the association is going to be in that middle office, and I think the rest of you are going to meet in Dr. Parker's office. And if we have the audience, if we could have your cell phones in, everybody's cell phones off or down at least. And it is just an observation kind of thing. If someone needs to have a question answered or something, I think we could ask that from this body. Does that sound all right? I hate microphones. Just so you know. Just getting that out there. Okay, so to get started, I'd like to go around and have everybody just kind of do a little bit of a check-in so that we know everyone. I'd like you to tell me who you are, how you're doing, any kind of time restraints. If you have a phone call or anything that you need and you have to leave, kind of let us know that that's happening. If you have an emergency call and you need to step out, those kind of things. If you have any issues that you need to take care of right now before we get started, and what are your expectations? That's the most important, the expectations for this meeting. Does that sound all right? Martin, can we start over there with you?
You gotta turn your mic on. You gotta turn yours off.
Minidoka, co-president MCEA. This is my umpteenth year sitting in here. And I would like to request that every hour we take about a 5-minute break so that our orthopedic hips can get some movement so we can make it home. My only limitation is I need to be home by 8. Otherwise, my dogs will eat me when I come through the front door.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Angela?
And Angela Davidson, admin. I need to get out of here as early as possible. I have a wedding that I'm missing. I really need to make it to Boise for the reception. But and my expectation is that we work hard together, and let's do what's best for everybody.
Nicole?
Nicole Toner, first year on negotiations, MCEA co-president. I too need to ask for an hour to get every hour to get up for 5 minutes.
You want to take an hour or just...
No, well, I would like to take an hour so I could lay down, but no, just for 5 minutes, just to stretch the hip out a little. And I just hope that we can come to some good agreements to make everybody happy, because when we're happy, teachers are happy, kids are happy, parents are happy.
Hi, Sherry Bingham. I'm the Special Services Director in the district. Doing well today. I always like to check in that we have here, and my expectations are just I think we'll just work well together and be able to get some important things accomplished. And I don't have any time constraints.
I'm Brandy Milliron, the MCEA Vice President. I'm doing great today. I have my coffee, so that's important. And I hope that we can have great conversations. And this echo drives me crazy. Great conversations and understand each other, and it just goes well. That's what I hope for. I'm hoping to be out of here by 3:30.
I'm Lori Cotman. I'm the assistant principal at Minidoka High School, and I am looking forward to this actually because I believe that we are working as a team together. We are all on the same team, and I'm optimistic that we'll be done by 3.
My name is Doug Pease. I'm the building representative at East Minidoka for the MCA. My first year with negotiations. It's great to be part of this group. I'm feeling wonderful today. I don't have any time restraints, so my expectations is that we do come to consensus together. We honor what's been said by our politicians for education. We don't break the law. We follow the laws, and as a group in Minidoka schools, we get together and we agree together, and that what makes this district an awesome place.
Thank you very much.
I'm Rick Parker, and I'm having more fun than I actually deserve to have at my age. But I need to be done so I can get home and drive around my driveway a few more times, new concrete. But my expectation is that we all are respectful of each other's opinions, and that we remember that we are here to educate students and do the best for our students.
I'm Abby Rode, and I'm the scribe today. I'm the secretary for MCEA. Been a teacher a long time, so I hope that this goes really well, and hopefully we'll come to a positive agreement.
I'm Diane Blood. I'm the principal at Minidoka Junior High and Minidoka Preschool. Feeling good today, and I don't have any time restraints, but I'm hoping we're out by noon. And hope that we have a really positive outcome for the district, and that we're very, very supportive of one another.
Wesley Depew, Minidoka High School. I've been part of the district for 8 years. I'm now just a negotiation team person. I've done this 7 out of my 8 years of teaching, and I look forward to having a good day, and I'm doing well.
Thank you. And I'm Teresa Louder, TL, and I'll be your facilitator today. And just a reminder, get that further away, Jesus. I'm not a professional at this, so it's going to be pretty, pretty relaxed, I hope, and that we get through it. If I mess up, somebody will just have to call me on it, Wes. Keep me in line. And I don't have any time constraints. Okay, so I guess we'll get started. Thanks, everybody. So the first thing we probably need to do is go over the ground rules, and I think you all should have a copy of that. We'll go over the ground rules and then the standards. Do we have copies of those? Dr. Parker, did Jackie make his copies? And we need the copies of the standards also. Yeah, but I need it.
Yeah, but you need it because nobody else has a. Okay.
Okay, she just took the copy that I was working from. No, I actually have. That was the standards. I'm okay. Okay, so the first one. So what we'll do, I was thinking, is that we'll go through these. If there's any ideas of changes or things you'd like to talk about, we'll do that as we go through independently. And then at the end of all this, we can have a motion to accept these as our ground rules for negotiations this year. Okay, so the first one is all meetings will be held at a mutually agreed upon location, time, date. An extension of a half an hour can be granted for both parties if both parties agree. Number 2, we don't need to do that on everyone, or do
No,
we?
we can just do it at the end.
Do it at the end. Yeah. So if you do have something to say about each one, just put up a hand and we'll talk about it at that right then. All meetings are open to the public. Cell phone etiquette will be observed at all times, by both the team and the audience. Cell phones needed to be off, silent, or on vibrate. If a call needs to be taken, members will step outside. Only 8-10 members will be at the table at a time, 4 or 5 of each group. Budget request, thanks so much. Budget request by the MCEA will be given 1 week, 5 days notice before the next scheduled negotiation meeting. Hopefully we won't have another one. Either team may call a caucus at any time. Both parties must agree to the length of the caucus. If more time is needed, a request can be made. Both parties must agree to the extended time. And what I'll do is when you're in there, I'll give you I'll come knock on the door and tell you a couple more minutes left and then see if you need more time and then go tell the other party, hey, we need another 5 minutes, that kind of thing. That's what we did last year and it seemed to work pretty good. Every idea is a good idea. Members will not rush to judgment. They will assume positive intentions and will confirm what they hear before stating disagreement. Focus will be on issues, not the person. Standards will be followed by both parties when making any decisions or proposals, and we'll go through those in just a minute. Members of the bargaining team will be punctual. Negotiations will start promptly at predetermined time. If a team does not have 4 to 5 members when negotiations begin, they may appoint a substitute. The substitute must be on the list of bargaining members for that team. Any public release of information will be a joint release. Both parties must approve the release before it's sent out. Negotiations specific will not be discussed by team members with members of other constituent groups. Thank you. Go ahead and
Okay, there's 2 pieces right there. You need to sign both, Wes, and Dr. Parker will sign both.
Okay. Does everybody have a copy now of the thing? You guys probably need it over there, huh? You do that, Wes. Thank you.
I got it.
Everyone at the table is equal at this process. It's a safe environment with no rank in the room. Members of both teams will sit alternately, so MCSD members will be sitting next to MCEA members. This arrangement will generally happen unless some members are absent. Decisions will be made by consensus, and this is how we'll be using it. We're going to typically use thumbs up for agreement, sideways for lives with it, thumbs down for disagreement. Respect will be given to the person speaking. Only one person speaks at a time. The person speaking will not be interrupted. Outside information sources must be approved by the team. Information by non-table presenters must be approved by the team. Is there any questions or concerns or any of that? Okay, then let's go ahead and have a motion to accept these as our ground rules for this year's negotiations. Thank you. Need a second?
Second.
Okay. And all those in favor, let's do the thumbs up for our first time today. All right, thank you. I'm definitely going to need more water. We're going to go through the negotiated standards right now. And so these are the things that we need to look at whenever we're making any decisions or things like that. We need to make sure that we follow these expectations of that. It has to be legal. It has to be affordable, practical, manageable, fiscally sound, ethical, measurable. Does contract language apply to all certified staff? Is there value added to the district? Is it in the best interests of students? And is it equitable? Is there any comments or questions or anything on those standards? If not, we'll go ahead and have a motion for accepting those. Okay. Second? Okay. And any discussion? Okay, thumbs up again if you're all for that. Great. Thanks, everybody. I have no idea.
You need some?
So as we go today, let's help each other out with the mics so we can keep them off when we need to and on when we need to. Okay, so I guess the next thing we're going to move into the agenda. And we have done number one, the ground rules and the standards. And the next thing would be, Abby is our scribe. Abby Vote's going to be the scribe for us today. So now it's a time to do issues to discuss.
Okay, so do you just want me just to write issues or?
Yeah, put issues.
Yep. And then each team will kind of put theirs out there, what they would like to discuss today.
And these are things that aren't negotiated. We're just bringing
Right.
up, and we actually have some ideas. It's
Okay.
not.
I'd like to start with mental health. Employees need perhaps more information about what is covered in our medical insurance with mental health. Like, how many visits do you get per incident or problem? Maybe what the expertise of various counselors, which are the ones that we can go to with our insurance. How much that's going to cost people, in our current economic situation. It's really important that people have easy access to mental health professionals. And when people are in crisis situations, they don't have time to call an insurance company and get that information. If they have a child maybe who's in a crisis situation, they've got to get that taken care of immediately, or lives could be lost. Um, Teachers get into really high stress.
Mari, can we wait and get them up there and then you can tell that story if you wouldn't mind? Is that kind of what we need to do?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
What do you want me to write?
Nothing.
Just the mental health. And just kind of, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. And then we'll go back, Maren, and let you start to tell that story.
So when people are in crisis situations with their children, especially, they don't have time to get on the phone. You know, they're calling the police to get help, and the police don't want to come and help. They're trying to corral their kid and maybe get that person to an emergency room where they can be evaluated. Then a child is being shipped off somewhere perhaps, and everything kind of is very much up in the air, and it's a lot of added stress on our teachers, and they need to have some care that sort of when they're in those high stress situations, they need to have some care that's pretty easily accessible. We know that burnout is a major cause of people leaving the teaching profession, and we need to deal with that.
Okay, let's stop you right there, Maren, and then we'll go back to that after we get some more things up there on the board. Is there anything else? I thought we just list them and then go through and kind of talk about them. So is there anything else for you all, Wes, or for the admin team?
I'll speak to another one. Will be we have there's issues with lack of substitutes, and we have some ideas for that. But we'll speak to in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one would be professional development, and we have some ideas for that.
Okay. Is there anything the district? Is there anything the district would like to put up there just for a talking point? Things to discuss as a district? Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and kind of discuss that first one then, since we've gotten started on it.
So I think some of it is making sure we understand what's exactly covered. I remember being on the insurance committee meeting last year, and we talked about how there was things that were provided for incidents and stuff, but I don't know if that's very clear to everyone on what's covered and what's provided, and what people in our area offer those services, and they're part of our insurance. So I think there's a little we want some clarification on that, so we get some clarification on how to access those things. Clarification, how do we access what's available for our insurance on mental health? How do we do that? Where do we go? Who do we talk to? What does our insurance cover? And so we know there's clear access of what's available for mental health benefits for our employees.
Do we have somebody that can speak to that has knowledge of what's in our?
I guess I can't speak specifically to what is in our insurance, but I know we have the EAB plan, Employee Assistance Plan, and that allows every employee and their families 5 visits with a mental health professional. And from what I understand, that those appointments are not that hard to get. But I can't be.
So how does an employee find that out? I mean, like it's not very easy access, I guess is what I'm.
So then we need to provide more information, but I know that I got from HR, from our payroll person, all staff got an email on that, and I know I have copies of the brochures, and I hand them out to the people I supervise, and I say, hey, we have this. Anyway, so apparently we need more to get more information out, but I just wanted to share something with you, just something that Marin touched on. It is really difficult when you have a child or someone in your family who needs mental health care right now. Could be like, am I too loud or something? Is that these chairs are kind of funny too, by the way. Anyway, ERMAC has a really wonderful opportunity for families. We have a mental health committee in the district that meets 4 times a year. Chelsea Ball, one of our school psychologists, runs that committee. And we had a speaker from ERMAC come one day, and they have a something where you can just call up ERMAC and tell them the stresses your child is having or person in your family. I'm pretty sure I remember it's children. I've got a flyer stuck up in my office that I can bring out at the break. But you can just call them and tell them the symptoms or the concerns, and you can get your child right into their facility. You don't have to go through a psychologist. You don't have to go to the emergency room. So there are things out there, but apparently from what we're hearing that we're not communicating everything that we know to employees. And I really like that idea that has been brought out, that we let families know, well, this is what your insurance is going to cover on mental health visits. And also our counselors and our mental health committee, we keep a list of counselors that we share with people. We can't say, go to this counselor, that counselor, and we keep it updated. Though counselors in our area are very hard to get into, I know. We do have a district contracted counselor that she's looking at being able to provide the employee assistance plan to employees after school. I've given her the number to get a hold of that, where she can sign up for that, and I believe she's continuing to work on that. So that would be something that's right here in our, right accessible after school.
Thank you, Sherry.
Maren, did you want to add anything to that?
So we have, I have a couple ideas of maybe things we could do to help with that issue of mental health. We have some people, I'm sure, in our district who are working on earning master's degrees in counseling, and they need to do clinical hours. And I was thinking that maybe on those Fridays when we work, they could be available at different schools to just talk with teachers and listen to, help them with burnout. Because some of these, I know some of the people who are doing this, and they're really good. And they need the clinical hours. So, that would be something that would be mutually beneficial to everyone. I also thought about like alternative therapies, and I remember one time we at Minico we had a lady come in and do an hour of yoga with us. It was wonderful. We also have in our area, she lives in Burley, we have a sound therapist, and she does some pretty amazing work. There's some things that we could do, maybe, massage therapists doing shoulder and neck massages on Fridays or something. Just anything where we can lessen that stress level for teachers. I'll just throw in a little personal thing. I've had blood pressure problems all year, and I was at my doctor last week, and he said, well, he goes, if you would retire, this would go away. And I looked at him, and he's had a lot of teachers in his career in this area, and he said almost all teachers, when they retire within a year, they're off all medications. So I think that gives us kind of a powerful lesson about how stressful people are feeling.
Let me know.
Okay, so I totally agree with the mental health issue for everyone. I am totally with that. And so I have an idea on top of the things that you're suggesting. So years ago, when I was working with kids disciplinary wise, we had parents that like, I don't know what to do with my kid. I don't know where to go. I don't know how to get help. And so we put together a list of resources available to them, like a page, like you said, a brochure or whatever. I think that we as a district can come together and put all these different ideas together once we know what is happening with the insurance and how that works and what's available through our insurance, but also like you said, some of these other helps with the yoga or just different things that people can do to relieve stress. I think we could put something amazing together, and I think we could share ideas and talk about it. Let's just put it together on a page or a brochure or whatever we want to do and get it out to everybody. That way they're like, okay, I know where to go, or if I want a counseling, I know where to go. I don't know how you guys feel about something like that, but I think that might solve our issue as far as knowing what's available to us. Somebody can do the research and we'll figure it all out. That's what I would recommend. And it really did help when I was working with those parents who are like, I don't know where to go. And I said, well, there's a bunch of resources here. Maybe you could check to see which ones will fit in for you. And we could do the same for our staff.
So to add to that, so then do we want to, is there somebody, how do we want to send this information to that will organize all this?
I'm glad you asked. So we have our mental health committee right now. Our mental health committee consists mostly of all of our school counselors. We have a few administrators who come, our school psychs come, and I would love to open that up to more people. If we could get, I don't know how you guys would want to do it, some representatives from each building, and that committee is already established. They're knowledgeable about resources in our community, and if we could all come together and identify all the needs and be able to like Lori said, lists and resources, because we know about resources that we're not getting out to everyone. So if we had at least, a few people from each building that could, disseminate, first of all, let us know what we need to do, like the massages. I think that's a great idea. Mm-hmm. Anyway, those types of things and how we can accomplish that, and then how to disseminate that information to everybody, including with the insurance and what, once we get our insurance set, the deductibles, and after we meet, if you have 5 visits for the EAP and you need to go, continue. And we also, in our mental health committee, we've had Simply Hope in a lot, and there's another organization that aligned with Simply Hope, that's Simply Teen, and there's another one that we often refer students to, and it'd be good to get all of that information out too. We would love to have this continue and grow, though. It's tremendous.
Thank you.
First meeting's in September. So
thank you, Sherry. Yeah. So probably if Abby just, did you get kind of just a little blurb about that?
Get the resources available.
Yeah.
Get the resources available, and we got it through Sherry.
Yeah.
Mental health committee.
Yes.
That's why I have this line.
So are
Connected.
that's perfect. Yeah.
I'm gonna make it fun.
So do we feel pretty good about talking about that subject, and that we can move on, putting it kind of in the hands of Sherry and Lori to yes, sir.
So to get it more solid, I'd really like to, let's have a meeting with this smaller group of people before September, so we know, do you want me to include MCA? Is that, so you guys can help us shape what that should look like? If we could meet in like August or before school year ends, tell me what you'd like.
Before school year ends.
Before school year ends, okay. I'll get Chelsea Ball and I'll get with the.
I would contact Martin and Nicole, and
okay.
We can coordinate from there.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, great discussion, everybody, and let's kind of have just a consensus that we've agreed with what's going on as far as the mental health. Go ahead and vote. Nicole, I need you, and Sherry. Okay, looks like we're good. Thank you, everybody.
Who did you say was going to coordinate between?
So
Okay, the next one is lack of substitutes. Who's going to speak for that?
Marn, we had some solutions that we wanted to bring ideas
Okay.
to.
Um, so we have here in Idaho the Center for Teaching and Learning, and we thought that perhaps they could create a class for substitutes where they can earn a credit, and then maybe the subs who take that class could be paid like, I don't know, $5 or $10 a day more, so that we have some really good training that they take. Maybe they even meet more than one day, maybe they meet several times, and then there's there's the carrot at the end there of you get a little bit more a day. That would reimburse them for the cost of the credit eventually, and it would show that they're willing to go sort of above and beyond. I'm sure they could even develop courses that would be like K-5 specific, 6-8, 9-12, because what high school teachers need in a substitute is very different from what elementary people need in a substitute. We also thought that maybe we could somehow, and maybe Dr. Parker could maybe help us with this, maybe forge a relationship with CSI's education department, so their students maybe could be, required or asked to, oh, we need you to substitute in Minidoka County twice during this semester. And that would give us some good substitutes. I had an education student who was sitting in my room, quite a few days this semester earlier, and I absolutely, if I'd been sick, I absolutely could have used her as a sub. It would have been great because the kids already knew her. I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Martin.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments and things on substitutes? I know it's a issue in our district.
So just last night, I was visiting with someone, and she's a wife of one of our employees, and she has a good friend who was going to substitute, was really excited to substitute. And when she contacted the district, they gave her the list of everything that she needed to do to become a substitute. And she realized that her trainings that she had to take, all of this was on her. She wasn't compensated at all for that. She was also interested in substituting across the river, which we have a lot of subs that go back and forth. And she contacted Kaja, and Kaja pays them for all of their training and all of their everything. And it was a no-brainer. She said, I'll sub in Kaja all the time because they need subs also. She said, I don't have the resources to take care of this and pay it and not get compensated for my time, for background checks, for whatever. And she said, so she's not a sub in our area. And I thought that was really interesting because I know I subbed years and years and years ago, and I went back and forth between districts because it's just easy. It's not that big of a deal. And maybe we just need to make that a little bit more enticing for people that are wanting to become subs.
Brantley and I must have talked to the same person. Had somebody that was wanted to be a substitute here, and she said after all the training she had to go through, and there is training for substitutes. She said after all the training she had to go through, she backed out because I saw her name on our list one time to substitute. Next month she decided she was going to retire, and I asked her. She told me the same story. So I think there's something to the fact that we don't pay or don't encourage them to somehow come and be a substitute here. So I think it's a good idea.
So moving forward with that, is there any more comments on it? I think that's been a great discussion, and it is a problem for sure. Where would we go from there to make some things actually happen? And yes, Lori.
So I think we as admin definitely need to have this conversation because the substitute issue is just as huge a concern to us. And I guess maybe we need to relook at how we set this up so that we can encourage people. I mean, we don't want to discourage them from wanting to be a sub in our district. If that's, I mean, I didn't realize that that was the case. If they don't get paid to do like some of this stuff, I mean, we need to do everything we can to get them because we're complaining about subs all the time. So we have talked about different options in our admin meetings, like do we have a sub per building? You know, that's not going to solve all the problems, especially in a school like Minidoka High School. But you know, just what can we do? But I think as a team, even you know, if somebody has some suggestions too, as an admin team, we can try to solve some of these things that we weren't aware of as far as encouraging people to sub. I really do think we can solve that.
And I know during negotiations, I appreciate Lori for saying that. And during negotiations, we are negotiating for teachers. But this is a huge impact for teachers. Huge, because we are getting pulled away from our prep times, our times that we need for preparation, for grading, for getting a drink and going to the bathroom and different things like that to cover classes. So it 100% affects our teachers in every single building. I know in the past there's been comments that it really doesn't affect the elementaries, but after negotiations last year, I had quite a few comments that came back and said, oh, it definitely affects the elementary schools as well.
And so we just wanted to make sure when we presented this, we had come up with ideas, not a complaint. So we wanted to start the process there. So that was our goal with this, and that we need to present ideas, we need to be a solution to what the issues are. And so I would say that I appreciate what you all have said. I hope, is this something from this point, do the administration and Dr. Parker talk about this and figure out, and the board to figure out what to do? How does that go forward?
I think it's something we need to figure out and how to possibly pay them or compensate them for, make it an easier process to become a substitute, to make sure that we have qualified substitutes at the same time.
So I hear you. I totally hear you. And if we honestly can fix this, I really do believe that. If you trust us as an admin team to try to like figure this all out so that we can get more people and pay them. I mean, we have to talk to, you know, the budgeting people, but as far as paying them to come in and be trained and all of that, I really think we can solve that. If you trust us to give that a try and try to solve that as an admin team, I think we can. We can let you know what we've come up with. You know, I don't know how you feel about that, but I think we can solve that.
Yeah, that sounds good. And then Dr. Parker, do you feel that talking to the Center of Teaching and Learning Development and CSI was a good idea then to help develop some kind of?
Well, I think so. I think we probably, in some ways, kind of tapped CSI out because they were using a lot of their resources to get people here now for teachers. But we'll talk to them and see what we can do. I think that if you can encourage students to want to come and be a teacher, that's the other thing. Make it a positive experience for them. If we can give them a good experience to come here and be a.
Is there any more discussion on that subject? And I think Michelle Widmeyer too can be kind of pulled because she's over substitutes, correct? Who's over? Yeah. So, okay. All right. So are we ready to kind of agree on that discussion?
Right. Is that all on substitutes then?
Is that all? Okay.
Can I ask a question? How will this be communicated back to the teachers? Because I don't know if it's an issue of trusting the admin team, because I totally trust them. They get it that we're lacking, but how is it going to be communicated back clearly to the staff or back to us? I think communication's a big issue.
I have a recommendation. So I think once we try to work through this and figure out some things that we can do and talk about it, I think like maybe even at our first staff meeting at the beginning, we can make a list of the things that we've done to change some of the things for substitutes. Say these are some things we have adjusted, and we can just share that at a staff meeting. I don't know if everybody feels like that would be a workable thing, or email it out, or I don't know what's best, but I have no problem sharing what it is that we come up with that we feel is going to be helpful to make it work.
And I think Michelle's pretty good.
Michelle's good with it. What do you guys want?
So,
I think I think that I think that would be great, Michelle, because then everyone's getting the exact same information relayed the exact same way.
and then if it's just verbalized, probably at the beginning of the year, with each building, reiterate. Yes.
Okay, are we ready to kind of wrap that one up? All right, let's have a vote on that. Brandy, Lori, okay, that passes. Thank you, everybody. Very good discussion. Appreciate that very much. So the next one on the list, I believe, is professional development. Do you want to talk?
No, I'm just helping you.
So
Yes, so, as we all know, there's plenty of differences between elementary, middle school, and high school. And as we were talking about this, we thought, well, maybe this is one of those communication things. Maybe we as teachers are not clearly communicating to our administration the kind of professional development we would like to see for our particular grade levels at whatever school we're at. Um, so we thought, we've got to encourage people to do that. And even like if two schools said, "Hey, we both want this," then they could join together and do that. We thought also that the Center for Teaching and Learning could be used again with some of their classes, and we could probably, Caja's doing that every Friday, half a day thing for their teachers. We could maybe even combine with Caja County to do some professional development from the Center for Teaching and Learning with them, and that would maybe spread out the cost a little bit, more, so that we didn't have to fork it all over ourselves. Um, then the dyslexia training. So we know that has to happen. We know that some of it has been happening. We've heard that the IEA dyslexia training is pretty good, and so we would like to see if we could use that training for all of our staff, because I do think that high school teachers are expected to know the first part of that information. We don't want to miss students. We don't want to miss them K-8. We don't want to miss them 9-12. So maybe if we did that training, we could all get enough information to kind of forge ahead.
And then Marin, to add to that, were you looking to make sure as much as possible the credits would be offered for these trainings?
Right. So that if we have, sort of financially possible credits, then teachers are more likely to take those because they need to recertify.
Can we have Ashley speak to that, since she arranges our professional development and has set things up?
You went green.
Okay, so I can speak to the dyslexia specifically. We already have it all scheduled. So elementary will do 2 full days of dyslexia. So yeah, and then I can sit and not feel awkward. So elementary has 2 days training. They are required to have a credit when they recertify. So that's why they will have 2 full days of dyslexia training, so that they'll be able to fulfill that credit. Yep, and okay, I'm probably not going to be able to recall the actual dates.
Okay.
One's in August and one's in September for elementary.
Okay.
And these are being offered through Mountain West, I think is the name of their company, Mary Beth Flashbart and Rosie Santana. So for the secondary dyslexia, we have them scheduled to do, it's a 2 to 3 hour training for secondary on the dyslexia piece. And they have dyslexia certifications. So that's that piece. What was the other question?
So Ashley, can I ask a question? So the dyslexia training, like credit would just be for elementary because of the 2 day piece.
Right.
Of
So
it.
if we want dyslexia credit for secondary, we would just have to add more time to make the credit, make it a credit. And we have, as far as the dyslexia piece, we have quite a few teachers who have been trained in a program called Reading by Design, which is a dyslexia program, and those teachers have already had a credit offered to them if they went through that full training. And being trained in that, they've actually will have already met that requirement.
Do you have a number on that?
Ooh, how many teachers have been?
Just out of curiosity.
We're probably at least 40. And we are doing another cohort in the summer.
Plus there's some parents too, right?
Yes, we have some teachers and some paraprofessionals.
Ashley, is there a book that goes along with the training? Do you know if there's
No.
a book? Okay.
I mean, there is a dyslexia book. I have it in my office, Overcoming Dyslexia. It is like this big. If anybody would like to borrow it to read, just let me know. But our Reading by Design, Abby can
Hi.
speak to that.
What do you want me to say? Can I talk?
Abby is Reading by Design certified.
I am.
It's okay
you
if
like the
Abby
book?
speaks
Which
to that
book?
issue.
The
It's
dyslexia
the
book?
Overcoming Dyslexia book.
No.
Abby, could you speak to what you know, please?
What? What?
What do you know?
What do I know about
Yeah,
what?
you're asked. You're given permission to speak here about this.
Okay, the Reading by Design program, I love it.
So
It works. My children, the students that I have serviced, they have all gained. And I have seen amazing growth in their reading skills. I just believe in it. It's something I've been looking for 30 plus years of my career. And I wish I would have had it a long time ago. So I am totally a convert. Yes.
Just to add to that, several of our elementaries, Rupert Elementary, Sequa Elementary, and Hayburn Elementary, all participated with the State Department of Education in the Cultivating Readers project. And in that project, the teachers and coaches were required to take the Reading Essentials courses, a couple of courses, and those courses also count for the credits for dyslexia. So we have training, more than even just Reading by Design.
May I add a few more things that I just the program is very structured. It's very phonological, phonemic awareness, and all kids need that to learn to read. And that's the foundation.
And so when the elementary dyslexia training happens, those 2 days, they won't be trained in Reading by Design, but they will receive training of many things that are presented in the Reading by Design training. It is a 5-day, it goes 5 days, 7 hours a day, and they have homework outside of that time they have to complete. So it's a lot more intense. But Rosie and Mary Beth are the ones that do the Reading by Design training as well.
Can I ask
Mary
you?
Beth has some dyslexia. I don't know what it is. She's has some dyslexia certification. Yeah.
I was just going to ask Marin. So Marin, when you're talking about the dyslexia training for professional development, the secondary, it looks a little bit different because we have different needs at that level. But is the 2 or 3 hour training, do you feel like that would be a sufficient thing? And if not, we could do more like down the road?
Yes, I think that would work. Because then we can see, well, do we need more knowledge as we're working with kids?
All right.
And I think it would be like, then you guys could go through, and maybe there's a certain departments like, no, we need more, or maybe at the middle school, they're like, actually, we need a lot more, and then we could go from there.
And I think just coming back to the whole communication thing, I think there's teachers in our district that don't even know that they're going to be required to take a dyslexia training. That the reason I know is because of our MCEA meetings, and it's been brought up in those. But there's a lot of teachers, I truly believe, that don't even have a clue that this is a requirement. So
And
just that communication.
and I can send out that and what it will be doing and the description of what that training will be. There's also a requirement it has to be done before school starts. So this will happen prior to school beginning. So there could be a little pushback on that of like why do we have to have this right now? But that's
But just to clarify and support that is that it's a state
yes.
Yeah.
requirement.
And it will be good for everybody. Were there any other PD questions I could answer that I didn't? That one just has a lot more information on that one.
Do you want me to write down that you're gonna do
Yeah.
that?
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna send you a reminder.
So you're going to communicate
Yep.
about the dyslexia.
Yep, I will communicate about the dyslexia requirements
Okay.
and what we will be doing to provide for that.
So would it be possible to take a 5-minute break? We've been going for about an hour now.
First, we need to if we could clear this up, that'd be awesome.
Thank you.
Is there going to be any more discussion after our break on this, or can we
You want to move? We're
give
good.
a consensus now?
We good to move on?
Was there other professional development needs other than dyslexia? I guess I heard something else.
I think that was the one we were probably most concerned about, just because, like Randy said, we don't. There are a lot of people who don't know that they need to have some level of training, so we wanted to make sure that those people get some notification of what they're going to need to do.
Go ahead.
And I just think, and I think we touched on this last year, is to make sure staff, if they find a PD that they really like, that they feel comfortable going to their admin and say, hey, what do you think about this? And then that way we can find out if there's money available to help them out, that staff feels very comfortable going to any of the administrators. And if they find something that's cool that fits them, that'll benefit them, that's definitely an open door policy.
And I think with the going to trainings, I know, talking specifically for our building, there's been quite a few staff that have gone to different conferences and different things, but what they get at the conferences is never brought back and shared. We have no idea what that conference was about, what they did, what they learned. And it would be nice if we're using professional development monies to send people to conferences, because it's spending. That needs to be brought back and shared with the staff in that building. Maybe it would benefit more than just one building.
So one of the things too, I would just say that we could maybe start within our building. Like if West Minico has somebody that goes to a conference and they are learning something that they come back to share in their particular building. And if it's something extremely valuable, then maybe we could share it elsewhere. But I think that needs to be a building thing to start with, because anyway, that's what I would do. If someone, maybe that used to be an expectation of us as admin in our building, if someone goes to a conference, if they come back and they share something with the team in a meeting of some kind, and then we go from there. If it's amazing and awesome, then we need to maybe have them share at a district level type of thing. But we need to start within the building. That would be my thought.
So, do we have any more conversation on that? Are we ready to just kind of thumbs up that? And that was a great conversation. Okay, everybody. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so now we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. And you are being timed. Okay, we're going to go ahead and try to get everybody back at the table and get going again.
I just got a note that
All right, everybody.
All right, let's rock and roll.
Everybody have a seat and let's get back to it.
Carrie,
Okay, I think Michelle handed out some folders to you all that have a printed version of what the budget is, and then also you have it on your email. So if you want to use your computer,
So I was talking about the ERMAC, the Directed Mission for Behavioral Health, and I put some brochures over there, and Lexi was going to go get some brochures for the Employee Assistance Plan too. Thanks.
thank you, Sherry. Okay, we'll just waiting for a minute for Michelle to get what she needs, and then we're waiting for Carrie to. She's got to take another minute. Okay, we're going to turn some time over to Michelle for a budget review.
I don't know how close to hold this.
Michelle, actually, you probably don't want to hold it.
Okay. All right, I'm going to have Taylor bring some worksheets up for us. So first, what I'm going to talk about is that I want to try to go over a little bit more detail of how we prepare the budget. You know, we've always talked about the budget page and our numbers, but I'm going to go into a little bit more detail of how we get to those numbers so we can be a little bit more transparent and you can understand it, how it works a little bit better, okay? So the first worksheet we're actually going to look at is something we use to project
numbers of students in our district. And I know it's hard to see this. I did email your team, so you will able to see that in your email if you pull it up. But the first worksheet actually shows on the top there the number of students that were here on April, I think that says April 27th, and they are by grade level, by school. And what we do with those students is we project where they will be next year. So each of those students roll to the next class level in the same school and roll down. You all are aware that we are not doing enrollment based next year and that we're going back to ADA enrollment. Last year, our first 10 weeks, attendance was very bad. We're running like 93%, 92%, where in the past we would run 95 to 97% attendance. So projecting would look very bad for us on how many students we would have and be paid for. What the state will be doing is paying on protection for next year. So currently this year, our district has 225 units. We will get a protection of 97%. And then we have to put something in like what I call a sick leave bank. If you've ever used a sick leave bank in the school district, you all have to share to use the bank. So the state, which most of our districts, there's going to be probably just a handful that probably will not be in protection, have to actually share into the bank to use the bank. And they're estimating between 2.5% to 3% of your population we would have to put in there. So what I have done is I've taken the 225 and multiplied it by the 97% and then shared 3% at the highest to be careful. And I'm confident we'll probably be around 212 units. So what we will be doing this upcoming year is budgeting for revenue at 212 units. Okay. This worksheet right here, we worked as an admin team to figure out where we could come maybe in the middle, because we have so many teachers now because of enrollment based, and to go back to ADA based would be such a hit on us. So we came to close to a mid compromise, and we're looking more at doing 216 to hire on, but not to bring revenue in, if that makes sense. Okay. So I want you to go to the unit page just so they understand the next page. And you can, I don't know if you can make that bigger or not, but each one of our schools generates units. And then we distribute out allocations of teachers to the schools by the number of units each school generates. Okay? It's not letting you get it bigger. So ASEQUA, I'm not sure how many units you're showing on ASEQUA there. Go back to the unit page. Is it like 10.9? I can't remember off the top of my head. About 10.9? Yeah, okay. That's, so she generates about 10.9 units. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna now go over to the certificated projection sheet. It's the fourth tab, I think. Yep. Okay. And this sheet is real fun to look at. All right. Does it still keep taking me back? Over to our right, There's several staff that we hire in the general fund that don't belong to a school, or some do, but we do them off the top because we want to make sure they're accounted for and each school has those things. For example, we have to make sure we have psychologists, speech, orchestra, preschool, counselors, nursing, juvenile detention, technology person, etc. We have to have some of those off the top, and we want to make sure that our special ed is covered and our self-contained units are covered. Because a small school like a Sequa would not generate enough in units to keep the population of special ed. So we do those things off the top first. Then whatever is remaining from the unit calculation, we distribute to the schools. So because I think that one's saying 216.35, that times 1.1 for our teacher allocation, we can bring in close to 238 teachers, okay? So in the general fund, we are looking at hiring 238 teachers. That's what we're hoping to hire, and that's what our admin team are hoping to hire within the general fund allocation, okay? The purple column, ABC, I think it's column C, is actually what we're looking at giving each of those schools. The orange column is additional teachers or staff that they get from either off the top, some of the special ed, some of the counselors, or from other funds, things like ESSER or Title or Migrant or other special ed funding. And you can see here, for example, we'll look at a Sequa, the blue column, A, B, C, D, E, column E. This is how many teachers she has currently. The orange column is other funds, and the purple is what's generating the general fund allocation. So she's able to keep all her teachers without having to cut. That's what that is showing. You get down, you can see some of the negatives where we have some that have to reduce, either because their student count is different than what it's generating, okay, and how many teachers they have this year. So that is the sheet that actually calculates how many teachers we are looking for, okay? So when we start looking at the budget pages, you're going to see how did we get to that 238 and why did we determine that, okay? All right, so the next page I want you to go to, let's see, we want to talk about probably the formula. Yeah, we can talk about the formula. And maybe we'll do this. You've got two sheets in here. You've got a formula page and you've got the budget page. So we're going to start tying these things together now. So go to your salary-based apportionment. Yep. Okay. Let's go to the second tab. Yep. And this is so tiny I can't read these things, but so on our salary-based apportionment, you recall that I said we are going to be budgeting revenue on 212 units, okay? So if we take our 212 units and our administrative allocation from the state, the multiplier is 0.075, and that generates about 15.9 administrative units. The district is currently hiring in the general fund 18.67 FTE. Then there's something, I'm going to flip to the next little one, the index for the administrator. Then there's this fun thing called an administrative indicator index, where we place all of our principals or administrative staff based on their years and their degree on a schedule, and it gives you an index for each one of those principals. And then scroll down, Taylor. So once you place them all on there in the general fund, we get, and then scroll down to the bottom, we get an average index. So this average index feeds back to this worksheet that multiplies by the number we will get paid for from the state, multiplied by the base salary, and the base salary for the state this year increased by 4%, and that number is $43,151. So their average reimbursement for an admin for our district is $79,840. Then it takes that and it multiplies it by how many we get. Okay, so we will receive approximately $1,270,000 for administrative allocation. Okay. The next one is our teachers. So our teachers, 212 units multiplied by 1.1, and I know the state breaks out the pupil services and the other, but it equates to 1.1. We generate 233.2 FTE for our certificated staff. Then we put them on a different salary schedule, and he's got it up there, based on where we have them placed in the district on their salary schedule. This is really tiny. But each one of them is whatever the new career ladder reimbursement schedule allows per cell where they're placed. Then we get an additional $2,000 for those in the $2,000 rung for the BA24s. Then we get an additional $3,500 for any of those that are placed in the master section. And the new fund number 6359, we get an additional allowance for the number of teachers in the general fund for 6359. So because we have 212 units we're looking at, multiplied by the 1.1, the 233 there, we will get $1,482,000 for the 6359, the new money that's coming in. Okay. We also, in this spreadsheet, and just keep scrolling down, Taylor, we also get $3,000 for any of those that are that have a OE certification, those that are vocational type teachers that have that vocational type piece, and we have 6 of those. We'll get an additional $18,000 for that. So based on the 233, or how many people we are placing on the schedule, because it's not based on how many they give you, it's based on who we actually put in the schedule, the average salary. So you want to put the least amount possible in here that have a higher wage, and keep your lower waged people in a different fund to bring in more dollars to the general fund. Okay, so I try not to put as many teachers here as I would in another fund to drive up the dollars for our revenue. So right now I'm placing 240.61 in the general fund, and we'll talk about that later when we start getting to the pages why only 240. And that would give us $57,000 per teacher reimbursement. Okay, so that's the revenue for the certificate. Yes, Wes?
And that includes moving the people to the 8 months.
Yes, I was going to bring that up. Thank you.
And so to clarify, so that's the state doesn't pay us, but we make state pay us on this average allocation of $57,000 per teacher, correct?
Correct. Correct. So I will tell you, we're taking some guesstimates. Ashley and I walked through a lot of the people we were looking at to make sure their evaluations, those of you that had your evaluations in at the time we were looking at it, we feel pretty confident we know who's probably going to move into the AP section. Okay. No, I'm not naming anybody's names of who it is. I'm just saying we feel pretty confident who we think's moving into the AP section. And that's good for us because we want them in the AP section and it brings the money in. So we actually moved those in there to get this number. Okay. Yes.
Does that include any grandfathered that got moved out?
There was quite a few grandfathered that can move into the AP section, which is nice because that brings us in more money to cover that. Okay. All right. And the next one on the salary-based apportionment is our classified. So our classified, you take the 212 units, you multiply that by 0.0375, and we bring in 79.5 FTE for classified. Our classified, we are hiring quite a few more in the general fund than what we get for classified. What they did do this year at the state is they first increased the base by 4%. Then they came and gave us this new influx of money to across the state, $97 million. And the whole goal of that was to get more funding into the pockets of the districts so we can get the classified more, so you're competing with the area. So we're not competing with the McDonald's and the Wendy's and the Mavericks, and they're paying all $15 an hour, and we're paying $12 an hour starting wage. So the goal was to get those salaries up and get that money in here. I will tell you that big influx is like a 63% increase. There's no way we can give a 63% increase. But as you well know, we have been way underfunded, and we've been using a lot of our discretionary money to cover the classified for what they're getting paid. So that influx of money is coming in to help with that. Okay. So they increased that new base salary from, I think it was like 24.4 before per, and they're increasing it to 38.8. Okay. So that's going to bring us some money in. So at the bottom, you'll see that we are bringing in $3,084,759 on the classified piece, or non-certified they call it. Okay, so there's salary-based apportionment. So if you look now at one of your budget sheets, we're going to start talking about how that comes into these papers. And I think I have some for the audience as well that you have to share. Maybe a few people here to share. Okay. So we're just going to start right at the top of our page. This colorful paper here. So our admin salaries, we talked about that earlier. We talked about the revenue. So that matches back to our worksheet we have right here on the revenue. So we did is we don't use the state salary schedule. We have our own salary schedule for administration. Has a lot of different factors in it, based on size of the school, based by their credits, their years, etc. and we increased the base by 4%, and we're allowing a step. If you recall last year, we increased by 7 and we didn't step. So this year we're looking at letting them do their step and increasing the base by 4%. And that cost will be $1.7 million for the administration. And then you can see the revenue in and then the difference, okay? On the certificated salaries, you're going to notice it says 250.25 and then an additional 13 that are coming, what we call ESSER funds, okay? The reason we're showing everything in one page is eventually all of the staff is going to be here and we're going to figure out what are we going to do when we don't have ESSER funds. So I want you to see the big picture of what everything costs before we have to use ESSER funds, okay? So certificated staff, we have 238 that we would like to have in the schools. We have 10 more that are coming from literacy funds. It's a line item that is in the general fund, but it's still a general fund line item, okay? We have a career counselor, so that's an additional one, and we have an additional allocation to the high school of 1.25 for the math and science funds. So when you take all of those allocations together, that equates to the 250.25. And then the additional 13, okay? So that cost is based on a preliminary salary schedule that I have before we talk, okay? I had to get to a point where what can we do that we can afford, and then of course we're all going to talk today about what we want to do, okay? And we'll talk about that salary schedule, how I got to that number here in a minute, okay? The $13,990,000 in revenue is the amount we have on this page, and then you'll see a little highlighty box above it that says money I get from math and science, money I get from career counselor, and money I get from literacy. When you add that with the salary-based apportionment, that is the $13,990,000, okay? Classified, same thing. Classified is the number on this page, but we also have some classified folks that are in career counseling, literacy, and community coordinator. So that plus those dollars coming in equals the revenue there. You'll notice we have 102 FTE planned for classified and 28 that we're hoping to have out of the ESSER funds, okay?
And then to clarify, it's a 8% raise for all classified?
So we are hoping for an 8% increase. What that equates to is starting the classified salary schedule at no less than $14 starting pay. That's what the goal is. Okay?
And they get a step if they can.
And they get a step. Okay? So 8% would get us to the $14 mark starting pay, and 2.5% is usually a step. Okay? Okay? Benefits. We all know, we probably all have heard about the Percy benefit, right? Has everyone heard about the Percy benefit? What they're doing? Okay. So this upcoming year, they're going to increase the amount of Percy for certified in administration and reduce the amount for classified. Not just for the districts, but for you and your pockets as well. So your Percy rate will go up that you have to share as certificated, and classifieds will go down. The average of the two equals still the 19.59. They're just shifting. Some is going to the higher paid and some is going to the lower paid. That is to get more money into the Percy fund. Okay?
So looks like, Michelle, we're going for what's contributed for certified goes up, what, 0.75% from last year?
Yes. And so that affects our budget. but we're saving on the other end, so it just depends on, I guess, which one's higher. It probably would cost us more because the rate for a higher paid person costs us more, and lower for a lower paid person, okay? And then on the salary-based apportionment page, it also showed the amount we would get for those. And then I added in the amount from the math and science, the career counselor, and the literacy buckets that dump in to cover that piece as well from those funds. Okay. Now I got through the hard part. That was all salary-based apportionment. These other things, so here's our low-hanging fruit stuff. Leadership stipends. I keep calling them leadership stipends. We don't get funded for them anymore. But if you recall, we've had stipends in the past before we ever went to leadership. Ashley, what kind of, we got technology.
That's where the
Counselor piece is there.
Like we had to reduce the number of that.
Instructional coaches.
Instructional coaches are coming out.
Literacy, okay.
Safety's coming out of safety.
Okay.
The testing coordinator still comes out of
Testing coordinator. So any of those things that we chose to keep that we're continuing those stipends? Which one? RTI. Okay. That's just $85,000. Okay. There's our occupational specialists we talked about earlier. So you saw the revenue coming in before within the salary-based apportionment. We have to pay those out for those teachers. Any extra days, prep subs, credit recovery. So we do have some teachers that teach 0 hours, so we have to pay that additional time. We have preschool teachers that work 3 extra days. We have counselors that work extra days. We have librarians. I don't know if the librarians do it anymore, but anyone who has additional days, we have to pay those additional day contracts. Prep subs, you all know that. We talked about that earlier in here. We're all watching everybody's classes during sub time. So this is the $30 for every time you watch a prep. So all of that is built into that funding. Then we, of course, have our instructional interscholastic. So you've got all of the sports and the band and cheer and all those other activities that we have going on. So we did increase. We are looking and going to be requesting another $50,000 to get some of our stipends updated, because we haven't done that probably in 5 years, and to attract people to the coaching field. This last year we had a hard time getting coaching staff, especially in the sports. Okay. Employee of the year, the retirement. This is if you retire early, your personally the day that you don't use gets paid out. Those things, we have $20,000 there for that. I guess in October they passed a classified loyalty bonus to mirror the certified bonus. So there's the $57,000 to cover that one. Activity duties, $20,000 for activity duties. That money is an in and out, so you'll see the revenue come in down below. It's when you watch the gate, you do any activities at the school, they send the money in here and we cover that cost. Substitutes. Okay, so I did not increase this bucket, and it's $170,000, and that is the same as this year's budget. Okay, so not taking into account if we're going to do anything differently there, but that is about what we are spending this year. Alternative summer school. So the summer school staff that we need for alternative before benefits. And I failed to mention that when we are back on the revenue page for teachers, anybody who works in summer school, we get additional points for those teachers as well to fund summer school on the salaries.
Additional revenue that comes in from the state.
So, for example, say you were a summer school teacher and you worked a few days, I might get 0.112 of the contract. I can count you as 1.12 on the salary based apportionment sheet to bring the revenue in to pay for summer school. Okay. Plus, we get the attendance as well. Okay, and then 20.34, because most of these people that are above here are certificated staff. 20.34 for the benefits for those other pieces there, and 7.65 for the substitutes. So there's the benefits.
On the summer school, what is spent and what revenue come in? Where do we come out in the black or the red?
Summer school, and I will always say this, summer school brings us in money. And we want long summer schools, and we want to make sure we are doing summer school because it does help the rest of your budget. Without doing summer school, we would probably have to cut more because it actually is a money maker to the district. Okay, it way more than covers the summer school. Okay, health benefits. So up above, if you look at how many staff, the 18.8 plus the 250.25, the 13, the 102, and the 28, that equates to about 412 staff. Okay, I need to budget for every single person because you never know who will not take the benefit or if we are going to have to pay for all the benefit for every single person. This sheet right here is only showing the increase on the current plan we're on. This sheet that I'm showing you right now.
The current health plan?
The current health plan we're on right now at the 6.9%. So this first sheet that we're going to talk about only shows that one, okay? So 412 times that increase is the $4,862,000, okay? I think we get funded 21,875, if I'm guessing, per unit, not FTE, unit, only in the general fund from the state for health insurance. So that's all the revenue we receive. And so that number is there, plus the math and science money, health benefit line, because I've got a budget for those, career counselor, literacy, and the community coordinator. We'll cover those, okay? So there's our revenue in $4,860,000, okay? Next line, transportation. We have 46 FTE in there. Not all of them are full-time staff members, but we need about $2.3 million. We have increased costs in fuel, talking about the increase we talked earlier for the salaries, and just repairs and running of the buses, okay? We bring in the previous year's expenses reimbursement, okay? So whatever we spent this year, there's a whole formula of 75 and 85%, depending on what is reimbursable at what levels, okay? Then they put in a match and then they subtract another percentage from us at the end, and I'm estimating 1.766. And all these worksheets are in your things I sent you if you want to look at them for fun. Okay. The next thing is our school's activity transportation. Not increasing this one as well, even though we're way overspending for A to B to take us all over the place or try to find busing because we can't get our own busing. But that one's staying at $120,000 to cover the busing. This is activity busing. We also have been allowing an athletics discretionary $5,000 per middle and high school, so they can buy like safety helmets and stuff that they need at the school. We have safe environment, the community resource officer. We're covering one of the resource officers here. The other resource officers out of the safety budget. We have behavior counseling and the athletic trainer. So we pay $20,000 on a good day. Right, Sherry? I think we're going to spend a little bit more on counseling this year, just as the trend. Okay. And our athletic trainer, we spend $20,000 for the athletic trainer that's out on the field, out at the high school. Okay. We're going to maintain the $250,000 that we give out to discretionary for all the schools. Maintain the $200,000 for the classroom class wallet. Ended today, by the way, so your money went away if you didn't use it. Went back in the pot. We'll divvy it back out next year. Curriculum. This is the scary one. There's only $100,000 there. Okay, we spent $550,000 on math this year. Okay, they give us a whopping $15,000 from the state for curriculum. They keep their curriculum line item, they call it in their budget, to do more state initiative curriculum, the online stuff that you can get for free. I don't have anything listed on the career counseling. I think most of that money is going to be in salaries and benefits. Professional development. We're estimating $140,000 for professional development, money in, money out. Okay. Literacy. This is whatever is left after we cover all of the different staff. But if it goes down or up, that's what we'll look at. We're unsure what we're getting for literacy because it's based on if we improved this year. So we don't know what that will be. Okay. Fast forward money. This is just an in and an out. Usually it goes straight to the colleges like CSI, BSU to cover the dual credits, but we have a private institution we use for the dual credit, NNU. So because it's private, they don't pay them directly because they're not a state agency. So they send the money to us and we turn around and we write a check to NNU for those dual credits. Remediation, we're estimating $83,000. We can use that to help offset some of our curriculum, maybe math and science, things that we can test on to help, or we do some IDLA remediation with that. Copier and printer, budgeting $100,000. We have to budget $100,000 because the current copiers we have in our building, we have to spend a certain amount of copies to have the number of copiers we have in our district. Utilities, there's another scary one for me. I have $780,000. This year was a bad year. We put a new tank in a Sequa, thought it would save us money. It did save us money, but we seem to spend a lot more on utilities. I don't know if we just had a bad winter. And it kept on going and going and going. And we had a lot of HVAC problems. And so this year we're already in April and we've already spent what we spent for a whole year last year. So I'm worried that that's not enough in that budget for the utilities. Workers' comp and liability insurance. The liability insurance, he's actually going to come meet in a week and a half with us to tell us what the rate is. I was budgeting close to what we had last year. We'll see if he brings us an increase. Usually it's not a lot. Might be $5,000. The workers' comp, I was thinking that our mod factor average was down a little bit for this upcoming year. But even though our mod factor is down for usage, we're going to have more salaries. And it's always based on the number of salaries and what you're paying as well. So I kind of left that alone. Support services. This is all of our other support programs, things like paying the lawyer, paying the accountant, any board things like we do, board recognition type things, supplies for the district, etc. That one hasn't changed. It stays $110,000 every year. Grounds and custodial. It's not being increased. even though we have increased costs of materials and lots of maintenance issues, HVAC, like I said, really killed us this last year on repairs. We're leaving that at 400,000. We have our software and our internet, and our computers, our access, all of the laptops for the 6th and the 9th grade. Those all together, we've been maintaining the $900,000 that we're spending on technology. And more, we're doing more and more software all the time. It seems like we're just adding more things that we're doing. The orange column, those two together are supplemental levy. We can't really touch any of that. That's 2.25. It either transfers to plant facility to cover things that are fixed costs, or we leave in the general fund for things that don't have to be depreciated, carpet and paint, things that are just repairs, but not necessarily on the depreciation schedule. The rest of it all transfer to plant. If it's a big project like an HVAC unit at Mount Harrison, that's a big project that we're transferring. Bus depreciation, we have to transfer that. The money came in with the revenue from transportation. We have to send that back over to plant facility to buy buses. We have to transfer money for the benefits for FICA for food service because they have a federal law that food service benefits cannot come out of food service budget for FICA. So the district has to pick that up. So we transfer that money back to food service. Then we have a Medicaid match transfer out. It's the craziest thing. You have to put the money in from Medicaid to transfer it back out to make a match to the state so they can use it to match the funding you get for Medicaid. It's a whole just thing you have to do. So it's just an in and an out. Contingency, always our goal is 5% contingency. Okay, that always helps us in case we run into something. I will tell you, a monthly payroll is $2.7 million this year, so it wouldn't even cover a month's worth of payroll. We have 1.8 million in the contingency, and then the next line items are the other revenues received that are not salary-based apportionment or line items. We get some tuition equivalency. We get some property tax replacement money. We get some lottery money. We get some maintenance match. Then the distribution factor, that's not the health benefit piece, is the remaining $19,537 per unit times 212. So you get another $4 million for the distribution factor. Our supplemental levy money is right there, so it's just an in to cover those supplemental levy expenses. Tort levy, tax penalties, interest. So I have interest at 275. That's the only good thing about having an interest rate increase is the interest rate is up, so we're actually bringing some money back again. We're back to the 275,000. I remember when we got all the way down to $15,000 in interest. So we're back to having interest. If interest rates go back down, then that'll change. Little things, rental buildings, secondary activity duties, that pays the activities above. E-rate, we get reimbursed for helping with the technology fund, so we can get our internet reimbursed.
Who reimburses that?
E-rate. Yeah, it's schools, libraries, federal money. And then we just have some other local revenue. We always seem to get patronage from like PMT and United Electric and different other sources. And there's your Medicaid transfers in, I was talking about, transfers in, transfers out. And I'm estimating right now $2.6 million of fund balance at the end of the year. Okay, so you see we have 2.6 million in fund balance, but we're only going to deposit 1.8 back to contingency. So we're using fund balance to balance the budget. And you know, you hear me say this every year. Reasons for fund balance increases are either a health benefit, savings in different things that we Usually not very many savings. We've had a lot more expenses this year. Maybe where the salary apportionment, where it was placed and where we placed people. So that's another scary part, is that we're using fund balance. That takes us to 1.8 million, 1,820,000. Flip your page over, and you're going to see that that's about what we have left in ESSER funds right now. This is our last amount of money we have left. We have $1.8 million, 810. Okay. So I'm saying I've got to take some of these, like we were talking about above, those staff, and shift them and pay them for the last year out of the ESSER funds. If we were to keep them next year, you can see the bottom line that we have a problem. Okay. So that's the good news right there. So that's a balanced budget. That's hiring all the staff that our admin are wanting. Let's talk about how I got to the salary piece on the teachers. And then I guess that'll be your next step. Okay?
On where salaries negotiated, so just making sure that what we always talk about, doing the interest-based bargaining process.
Mhm.
So this is just an idea.
Yeah, this is just what I have. This is what I would do to balance it. Then that's when we start negotiating afterward. Okay? So in your packet, you have three, you probably already were looking at them. There's an orange, there's a green, there's a tan, there's a green, and there's an orange. Okay? Tan top, then a green, and then an orange. Okay? And they're just for informational purposes only, so you guys know where everyone is. Okay? The first one is no 6359, no nothing. Okay? It's just, here's our staff, and would we be able to put the people that were in grandfathered into the schedule if they were AP, okay? And so it's this one with the tan top. So you can see down at the bottom, there's just very few people left there, because even if it was before the 6359, okay, we would be able to put people up, because we're thinking a lot of those will fit into the AP section, and they'll make more in the AP section than they would at the bottom. So that's a first look. That's just looking at where they would place before anything else. And this is the next year's career ladder amounts, okay? Uh-huh. Oh, sure. Okay. Okay, 5 minutes.
Let's go ahead and get everybody back, if we would, please. Okay, everybody, thank you
So we want
for being very prompt on our little breaks.
to.
Can I get everybody's attention, please? So we won't even talk about these right now.
This one is the one that's on the
Yeah,
budget.
so then we need to stop.
And then we're
Yeah.
stopping.
Like,
Yeah.
don't
No,
we don't even want that. That's
okay, we're going to go ahead and get back. So, Michelle did a great presentation. Anything further than that, we just need to get into the negotiation process of going through, what we're negotiating and what we're
so.
talking about.
So
Go
from
ahead,
this
Wes.
point, if the district wants to talk salary, then we'd have to post that up there and list through all the interest and everything.
Well, I'm thinking that we probably need to list all of our general interests first anyway. Okay.
So if the district wants to propose that we start talking salary, then we need to put that up there on the board and then present all the interest before we get into any options, if we're to honor the process.
So Abby's going to put up salary out.
So
Abby.
Yep, salary is what we're going to talk about.
Yeah. And then we'll go through and kind of explain what's important about salaries and why salary is important to our district and that
Correct.
kind
So
of
then
thing.
this isn't where you would give options, you give up what are we trying to do here with salary, with our district, with our certified, what's the importance of, what's the interest in it. You would list, these would just be words you put up there that we would help guide us as we put up our options later.
You okay, Abby? You got what we're, yeah, nice job. Okay. All right, so let's just start that discussion and why salary, what are our goals with salary?
What are our interests?
Well,
Interest
I
with that
think
salary.
one of our interests in the salary is that we follow the legislature and the governors and Superintendent Critchfield's plans that they laid out for salaries.
Follow the legislature's plan. Laid out.
That's one.
Okay, anybody else?
Competition with in the valley.
Can I just add something? Because I think one of the things when we've been having discussions about the legislature's plan is like, does everybody understand exactly what that is? And do we think the same about what that is?
That's up for you to clarify.
Okay. I just think maybe at some point we could do a clarification so that all of us are thinking the same. Like I'm thinking the same as you.
Yeah, so if you want to add a clarifying point, then add a clarifying point.
Okay, I can't right at this moment, but I'm just thinking that maybe we should make sure we're on the same page with it. Okay.
Thanks, Lori.
retain and recruit. Okay. Could we take probably a 10-minute caucus?
10-minute caucus? Okay. Thumbs up, everybody, Marn. Okay. everybody.
Hey
Let's get
everyone,
back.
can we get started? Okay, so we would just like to add a couple more interests. Um, Meet the expectations of the educators as they uh, read the actual funding bill for the salary of the teachers.
Say that again, Wes.
Meet the expectations of the educators as they have read the actual bill. As they have read in the actual bill. Yes. As they have read in the actual bill. And then one more is to meet the expectations that the governor has repeated uh, numerous times about what the teachers should be getting. Meet that he's repeated numerous times. Meet which one?
Second one.
Meet the governor has repeated numerous times what the teachers should be getting.
Okay, is there any others to add to that list?
Okay. So are we good with those interests? To move on? Anybody like to speak to any of these interests?
Now would be the time.
Okay, I would like to speak on something.
Thank you, Lori. Go ahead.
Right? Okay. So I'm just looking at the interests here, and so following the legislative plan, meeting governor's expectations, meeting expectations of the educators. Definitely, we are all wanting to do that exact same thing. So, but there's a couple of things maybe we need to clarify, and one of them is.
Slow down. Got it?
Oh, I didn't realize you had to say everything I said.
Pretty much. I'm trying. Go ahead.
And one of them is maybe we need to have a little discussion about the understanding of the law on your guys' part of it and on the district's part of it. Okay, so that we can be on the same page. Whatever, I don't know what your guys, I guess you can just tell me, what is your expectation?
Well, in the bill it says $6,359 will be added to every cell.
Okay, so that's the expectation, that's the thought process. So could we have Michelle come up and explain what is feasible in the district with the budget and how it works?
What's your interest in? So you didn't list your interest into this. So what's your interest?
My interest is
That Abby can put up there to.
My interest is this. I would love to be able to do this 6359, but it has to work within the budget and the numbers of teachers that we have in the district so that everyone is compensated equally.
So that's
my interest,
right,
honestly.
yes.
And so we just have to figure out what that number is, even though I would love it to be the other. I'm just not, once we look at the budget and have the conversation, I need to do that.
Tell me what you want me to write.
It needs to be equitable for the teachers based on the limitations of the budget. All teachers. So equitable for all certificated teachers based on what the budget allows. Is that good? Okay.
Anything else, anybody? If not, we'll go ahead, Wes. You have
Just
something.
that I know that there are other districts, competing districts that have met those expectations of what the bill says in our area. 3 to say the least, which would be Gooding, Wendell, and Twin Falls have already met that expectation, and they're all three competing school districts in our valley.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Is there anything else? If not, we need to move into the option phase of things where we put up options to meet these, what can we do to make this happen, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And remember our standards.
So I would, as Lori proposed, as long as we're okay, if we have Michelle explain how she came up with where she was at with the budget, that would be fantastic. So I'm good with that.
Thumbs? Maren? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hope I can explain this one. So the expectation for the 6359 is that not all cells will receive 6359, but that we will receive 6359 in revenue for 212 units multiplied by the 1.1, it's 233.2 times 6359 equals that 1,482,000. That 1,482,000 has to be distributed among the number of staff, whether they're in the general fund or not, and all staff. So depending on wherever we end today, on how many staff we have, currently we're asking for 280 in all funds. So if you were to take the 280 divided by that 1,482,000 equally, it comes around 5,298 per person. It just depends on how many staff we end up hiring, certificated staff we hired. But the pot of money is to be shared equally among all staff. Or we have to spend at least $1,482,000 for all the staff.
Michelle, do we know how many, between retirements and people not coming back to the district, how many people have resigned?
We have quite a few people who have resigned. It's whether or not.
How many of those people were first year or second year teachers?
Actually, a lot of our staff that are resigning are newer staff. We have hardly any that are retiring. You guys can help me with that because you probably know a lot more of your numbers. They're probably newer staff.
And then out of all those people that are resigning, how many of those positions won't be filled that were like first or second year teachers for it?
Well, their hope is, I'm talking for the admin right now, their hope is that we're reducing a few, but there's not a lot that they want to reduce in their buildings because of different, and you, Lori, you guys can talk. You guys know what your issues and why you want to keep those staff.
Oh, Dr. Parker?
I understand the budget was built on the status quo, right?
It's not really, oops, sorry. It's not really status quo. They reduced some of their staff. Some.
How many we talking?
Last year we had 283, so we're looking at 280.
Three.
A lot of it's because of shifting. We've got some SWIP funds and other title funds, so East and West increased because of those funds, but we reduced. So we probably reduced, but then increased with other.
So, like for example, I know like out at Minidoka, we're going to be 1.5 left FTE. Is that correct, Lori? Is it going to be 2 FTE?
1.75, yes.
Okay. Okay. So where does that come into play in all this? We're not going to replace those positions. I mean, that's almost your 3 right there.
It's already accounted for. I have it accounted for in the budget.
Can I add, Michelle? So we, as admin, we sat down together trying to figure out what we could get or move out or what we don't have to replace, all of those things, so that we had some decent numbers so that we could try to figure out the best number for everyone. And so everybody really hashed that out. We tried really hard to make sure we were doing the right thing there. And so Minico, like I said, 1.75, and then other schools had various things. And some people are in a situation where they can't really do much for have ESSER, but next year it's going to be different because they won't have those people because ESSER is going to be gone anyway. So I feel like we've really worked hard to do the best that we could without affecting our instructional piece too much.
I think your one sheet will tell you kind of what they did do. So you can see it's not a lot. Okay. And granted, like I said, East and West are getting extra funds, so it might have increased, but there was a reduction. They're just swapping for a different funding piece. So really, we're not reducing a lot of staff. Sherry?
For one example of special education, Delanne, I shouldn't say names, I guess. We had a teacher retire at Paul Elementary, but there's no way that we can go without replacing that special education teacher.
Makes total sense.
And then you talk about like in a CEQA, she's got to have 2 teachers per grade level because you can't have 45 in a classroom. So some, based on size, that's hard to do as well. Okay.
And can I add one more thing? I'm sorry. I just wanted to add one other thing. So we as a district for several years, we've worked really hard to make sure that we had appropriate amounts of staff to help within every building. And so we've been wanting to keep our people. We've been trying to keep our people. And so we may look like, in some ways, like we get reimbursed from the state for 212, but we have an abundance over the top of people that we've been taking along with us because we need them and we want them to be here. So that's one of the reasons why we're having this discussion is because we have those extra teachers.
So is the district planning to carry the teachers one more year on these ESSER funds and then they know they're gone after this, or?
Most of the ESSER fund teachers, some of them will be retiring. Some of them already know it was a 3-year thing. Next year it ends. So not all of the extra people are on ESSER funds. The district has been paying over what they get allocated for those teachers, and we've done that for many years. We continue to do that because
there's some, but you listed some there on the budget that were specifically funded by ESSER funds, and that will end after this year. So those teachers aren't coming back after this
they'll
year.
have to, if they don't come back, they'll be in a different fund. They won't be paid by ESSER. If we can afford it. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Basically, we're using the $1.8 million in the ESSER to balance our budget this year.
So, sorry, Wes. So I'm just looking from my side. I've looked through and tried to eliminate anything that I possibly could that wouldn't affect class sizes or the health of our building. So I think every individual administrator looked through all their pot to see what they can do. Yeah, we can do that, but we can decrease more, but that would increase some of those sizes. So
no, I totally understand. I have 30 plus kids in all my classes. I get it. So totally get it.
Anything else, anybody?
So, Michelle, could you explain how you came up with the budget as far as certified is concerned? Could you just explain where you came up to get that amount?
To get that dollar?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have them in your packet, you can look at it. But so this will be like maybe one of the options of what we're recommending. The recommendation on the up there is that every cell is increased by $5,300 because when you take, I just said earlier, the 280 divided by the 1.482, it comes to 5298. So that's just one option, is to put the 5,300, get everyone up into the salary schedule.
So we wouldn't have the grandfathered anymore?
We would not have the grandfathered anymore.
Get everybody moved up.
It would up either those that qualify get them into the AP section. Those, I think there might be only 4 that don't qualify.
For AP?
Yeah, we're guessing. There are about 4 that would be maybe in the P6.
And so what would their average raise be then?
Depends. I'd have to look at each one of them. Some of them are not going to equate to that much, so some of them could be $2,500, $3,000. So they might not be getting that full amount, but it's getting them out of the grandfathered and making more than where they were in the grandfathered.
And obviously honoring their plus whatever their education is.
Right, wherever they place, yes. Okay, that's how the number was determined to get the budget to balance. Okay, so that's just option one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, they would like to take a 5-minute caucus, so let's go ahead
Can
and
I
do that.
can I ask a really quick question?
Oh,
Which one is option one? Because there's a green that says option two. There's an orange that says. There's two option twos, so I'm just confused.
Yeah, it's the one that says 5,300 on it.
The additional compensation amount, right here.
It's the one. Yeah, there you go. The one that says
So
53.
this is the one that you put in the budget.
Orange.
Orange.
It's the
Called
original.
orange.
Orange.
Okay. Cool. We'll go
Okay,
take-
5-minute caucus. Yep, thumbs up, everybody. I need a thumbs. Thank you.
So just so you know, the lunch, it's not for everyone. I apologize. It'll be for the team. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You can throw. It's okay. Throw it
So
at me.
So we're gonna work a little bit longer,
yeah,
and we're gonna break for lunch.
yeah, and then we'll break for lunch and people can go somewhere and eat. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the park.
So now that we're back, Brandy had an option she wanted to put up on the board.
Okay, so for option A, we would like to put up the green proposed salary schedule number 2, the one that's green. Can we put this on the screen, Taylor?
Yeah, yeah, she's got it. Thank you. Um, and then we just felt, as you was mentioned, was equitable, which was nice. We like this because then it's eliminated the grandfather cells, and it equally, as best we can, divides the money among all teachers.
Any other questions, comments?
Does the district have an option or anything to propose?
Oh,
Can I just add something here?
yeah, go ahead, Lori.
I think it would be very helpful. So in our discussion, we were trying to figure out how much money it would take out of the overall pot if we do something different than the 5,300 and how much we would have to cut. So when Michelle gets back, it'd be nice. She has this form where she can type and it shows the actual amount of money that we're going to have to do away with. So for example, like let's say we had a discussion about 6,100. Let's say if it was 6,100, how much money that's going to be, and it's like close to $260,000 that we have to cut somewhere. So do we cut like bonuses? Do we cut class wallet? Do we, what kinds of things do we cut?
Those are like options that you guys would put up, Lori.
Those are things you would put up on the board as your options.
Well, and I don't know, I'm not recommending that right this
Okay.
minute. My thought is that we need to have, maybe Michelle, I mean, if you guys have your number, I don't know. We're going to have to see how much it's going to do away with all of our things and people. That's what my concern is.
So, with that, Brandy, how much you got a report from the state back in April on how much ESSER money we have?
Okay, so according to the state report, as of April 12th, 2023, we have $3,262,000 left in ESSER.
So then I guess I'm confused. Then we have 1.8, and then now we have the state say we have 3.3.
So they're looking at what my balance is in the GRA at that point. I'm still requesting all of the payments for the remainder of the year. We have to pay through August. So I will be requesting those funds, drawing down for the remaining of the months till August payments. And then after that, that's what we will have left. I'm still doing drawdowns to pay the salaries that we've got going on in there for this year.
Thank you.
Can we call for a caucus right now? Okay, 5 minutes, maybe, or lunch. What do you want to do?
Well, you could do lunch, and then we could break for lunch, and then if you want to go where you caucus and talk, you could do that as well.
How about that? Since it is,
How long do you want to break for lunch, Dr. Parker?
are you a fast eater?
We're teachers.
Yeah, we are.
Half-hour lunchtime.
Long time ago.
Oh,
I'm just gonna say the instructor. We put them by type. There's flatbreads. There's normal bread, and then
okay.
what type they are. So we put them by type. There's 25 sandwiches, which is more than what we have right here. So
30 minutes. 30 minutes. Let's go.
30 minutes is fine. Now, for the negotiating team, I'm sorry I didn't buy lunch for everybody, but for the negotiating team, there are 25 different lunches over there by type from the sandwich shop, and so the rest of you are on your own, and then we can take our 25 minutes or 30 minutes to go caucus. Okay?
30-minute lunch then.
Okay.
Back at 12:45. Everybody thumbs. Need thumbs. Thank you. Okay, let's get everybody calling back to order here. Carrie, I think everybody wants to just thank you for lunch. That was awesome. Appreciate you taking it. I wanted to kind of remind everybody because I was just reminded to try to talk closer into the mic and all of that, even though, you know. And then the other thing is, as we're talking and you're kind of conversing back and forth, we need to be ready if we're kind of offering something or saying something. We need to make sure we get that up there as an option when we're talking. Is there any questions about that? Because I know some people haven't been through the process at all before, and I forget it every year. So, all right. So I think we're still back at putting up options and discussion.
So I have a question for Michelle on the budget, just to clarify something for the classified. So on the classified, how much we got what we were funded for the 4% increase? And then you mentioned because of what extra the state's giving us out of that 97 million, we could make it an 8% increase. So how much does the district get more than what was originally budgeted, I guess, for the classified?
They're getting 63% more,
63% more?
more than we used to get
Okay.
in revenue. Yep.
Okay.
Not very tall. Did the board have or the admin team have anything to?
Is it our turn?
It's anybody's turn.
Anybody's turn.
One of the things we did talk about is we're not seeing the big picture because we don't have the benefits part of it taken care of. Wondered if maybe we should hold and look at benefits, or if you feel like we should move through salary. That was just one of the recommendations we talked about, because it affects us. It affects the big picture depending on which way we go. And I don't know what you guys are wanting to do there. So that's one thing that maybe we could put up as an option, to look at benefits before we make a final decision on salary. That's just one option. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if it's a good option. It's just a option.
Yeah. Okay.
So looking at benefits before we make a final decision on salary. Oh, you can't hear me? I can talk really loud. I'll try harder. Okay. Gotcha.
So, are there any conversation thoughts on what Lori just talked to us about?
I'd just rather stick with this. I mean, we have to redo everything because the interest is the salary. We want all the interest is salary. So what are we gonna do? Like, then that changes the whole scope of our interest right there. Because we said we agreed upon that's what we would talk about.
Sherry?
Well, so benefits, I'm assuming Lori's talking about insurance, correct? So insurance, so we get salary and we still got to pay insurance. Everything's got to come out of the district budget. So
I guess then why wasn't that proposed before?
What was that, Wes?
Why wasn't that proposed earlier?
I'm sorry, Wes. Honestly, we didn't really think about that until we were having a discussion, because all of a sudden we're like, oh my gosh, if we go one way, it's going to cost us more. And depending on what you guys are wanting, that's the reason that it wasn't mentioned before, because we thought, okay, all of a sudden we've got this money that's going to be affected somehow, depending on what we decide to do.
You can take it.
Okay, I have another recommendation.
Okay.
Option, since we're kind of at a standstill on this one. So my recommendation is that we stick with the $5,300 so that we do not have to cut any people, which I absolutely
Which paper is that?
that is, I don't know which paper that is. It's just the orange one. Thank you.
Orange number 2.
Orange number
You're
2. Thank you.
proposing the district proposal
Yes.
here.
I'm offering that as an option because that way we don't have to cut any people. We don't have to cut any more in the budget. And yeah, that's my proposal.
Anything to add on that? Questions, discussions, anything?
So I guess my question would be, we were given multiple proposals here by the district, and so I'm just wondering why would we propose this one by the district and we're proposing something else? Like, what's the? Because it says proposal on here.
Yes. So Wes, my thought process is that's the proposal of the total of what the total number would have been if we went that direction. But here's the problem. That this is what Michelle can help us with this, but it doesn't show the amount of money that we have to cut. And so that's the discussion we're going to have. So if we want to use that number right there, then we need to, I don't even know what the number is. Like 6,100, I think I mentioned to you, was like $260,000 we'd have to cut. So I'm looking at the budget, which I did during lunch, trying to figure out what things we could cut. And I'm going to offer recommendations if we keep going. I'll offer recommendations. The cutting people is an absolute not option. We've already done everything we're going to do for cutting or this year. I think that's not an option.
All right, we'll need a 10-minute caucus, please.
How long, Wes?
10.
10 minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna get back to it. Where would we like to start the discussion?
So, sorry. So, Dr. Parker, as I compare the two options there's a $263,000 and $250 difference between the two. So, but I'm confused, Dr. Parker, why this proposal would be laid out to us to look at. Why was it? I mean, if it's not an option, I just want to.
I was saying for transparency
Okay.
to
Okay.
know what
Thank
it's
you.
going to cost.
Okay.
Truthfully, Wes, can I add something? I
Yes.
think that all of these things are options. It's just what can we do that's going to be beneficial for everyone. So it's definitely all options. It's just
Okay.
what are we going to sacrifice for it?
But I appreciate that. I just want to know why we're okay. Appreciate that. It's not. No, it's good. No worries.
Did you have a comment, Wes?
After further discussion, if to honor the request made earlier, if we want to bring up insurance as well, we need to list interests with well if we're going to combine those two. So if you guys would want to talk both together, that's great. After further consideration, just so we weren't having a bunch of side conversations before we started.
So one of the reasons why we thought that it would be helpful is that way we have everything on the table. So we're concerned about the budget, of course. And so if we have the insurance on the table too, then we know what we're dealing with and what we can afford.
So if everybody's in agreement to do that, we'll just need to start a paper, Abby, that says insurance, and then we'll list all the interests for insurance, please. If everybody's okay with that.
Okay, thank you. So Abby, you might have to go back and forth between salary and benefits and. Did I just get a look?
So Lori, or does Dr. Parker, anybody have interest to put up?
I have an interest. My interest would be to stay with our current plan, which includes a 6.9% increase on the budget.
Is that an interest or an option?
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, we got to do.
Yeah, it's got to be an
interest first, Sherry.
Interest first.
Interest?
No,
Okay.
so you talk about why.
Okay.
It's
I'll talk
important.
about why that's interesting to me. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk.
Her interest is to stay with the current plan.
The current plan. So that's an interest. And the reason it's an interest, I've talked to my staff, they're different plans out there, and it's not a one size fits all, definitely. Some are better for families, some are better for single people, some are better for people with health savings accounts. My interest for that is, number one, it fits most of my people better. I realized that there was a survey that went out to the district. The 100 employees, or 101, answered the survey, and 63% were in favor of the state plan. If I'm incorrect, someone can share that with me. Is that correct? Okay. So some of my people were more for the current plan, and budget-wise, I think it works better in our budget. It will cost less money, and it'll make our easier to work on the salary schedule and to keep staff. My interest.
Thank you.
Can I put an interest up there? Okay, an interest would be to get an insurance plan that is the most beneficial for the most employees that also helps us retain employees.
Write that down. Yeah. Okay. So, will you say it again, Dr. Parker?
I can't remember that.
Come on, Dr. Parker. Do your best. Do your best.
To get an insurance plan that is the best for the most employees and allows us to retain employees.
Anything else on that? Anybody have more interest? And then we'll move into the options for that, Abby. Okay.
One more interest, to be able to talk benefits versus cost. Cost benefits. Yeah.
Okay. So from this point, then we'll go into some options.
And then can I speak to the cost then and what I've been shown as the difference in what the cost it will cost the district? And please, if we've got new numbers or correct numbers, please tell me if I'm wrong. So it looks like if we stayed with the current plan, the current cost would be $6,242,200. $6,242,200. And if we went with the statewide employee plan, it would be 7,990,500. 7,990,545. Oh, excuse me. Is that right? Roll pay, current roll. Sorry, did I say that right? Yes, that's correct. Is that correct?
That's the numbers you have in front of you, yes. I would like to have Lexi spent a lot of time investigating the options. So if we could have her talk to us for a few minutes, talk about.
Is that all right with everybody? Okay, Lexi.
Yeah, stay using the mic.
As I've just ran numbers, I've ran numbers against what we have this year versus the multiple options for the next year. When I looked at the numbers, our current that we are paying is actually $11,800 per person, not just the 11,000. Next year we're looking at 12,500. So there is a difference just in that itself. It does look like about a $400,000 increase just to stay on our current plan and go forward, and it is about an $800,000 increase to go to the state plan. So it's about another $400,000 on top of that. The one and only thing that I could, like, in the end come up with was we have upwards of 20 people leaving the district. If we didn't replace all of them, it would be an easy way for that to be replaced in there.
Any questions for Lexi? Okay.
So Lexi, the difference between the 11,800 and the 12,500 is that 6.9%.
I don't know the exact math on it. I just did the math of what each plan is going to cost.
So you're saying the state plan, the plan we have right now is going to cost $400,000 more. 400,000 how much?
Per employee, 12,500 per employee.
Right, but you gave us a total amount too. You gave us a total amount of what the increase.
It's just above $400,000.
That's the increase.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that if we go to the state plan, the increase is
We're looking at $800,000.
So you're talking about a $400,000 difference.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that, to clarify, while we're all here, so if you were to go on the regular insurance on the state plan, you would have to pay $65 a month plus the 11 something for their dental. Is that correct? So
Yes,
it comes up to $76.80 a month. Okay, so that means you have to take the Blue Cross dental, and Delta goes away. Correct?
Delta and Willamette both go away. There are options to purchase those outside of our district as a private plan. The Blue Cross through the state is equivalent to the Delta Dental. Maybe you're looking at maybe 5 providers in the area that are not on that insurance.
The coverage isn't quite the same as Delta. We've checked multiple times. But if you compare cleanings, you get 1 cleaning a year with Blue Cross. And if you have to get x-rays, you have to pay for it. Or Delta, that's part of that. And Delta allows more cleanings and more maintenance that are paid for mostly than Blue Cross is.
We can always ask for Todd to bring options forward, then we could purchase options through him as well.
So then what we would be doing is people would be paying $76.80 a month. And then if their kids were halfway through braces, they would need to buy some kind of a rider policy on the open market that would add on to that. Or if people have certain dental needs where they need to be seen more often, they would need to buy a Delta dental plan to go over that. So we're talking not really $76.80, but probably over $100. I'm not sure if classified people would be able to afford that extra $76.80 to $100 every month. And if they leave and go to a place, say like McCain's, where it's employer paid and a higher wage, then we have, again, people to replace.
So the dental plan is not required for employees to take. So they can opt out of that plan.
That is not what we have, that's not the information we've been given.
Yes, they do not have to take the Delta or the dental. They can either take medical and all the medical and no dental, or they can just take the dental and not the medical, or they can take them both. It is not required for them to take both.
Okay, so it said, I read it somewhere, that you have to, where did I read that? You have to pay for everyone on the insurance, whether they take it or not. Is that, I think that was something that was said Tuesday night.
Depends on which route is cheaper for the district. We can choose whether it is cheaper for us to take that route or cheaper for us to pay for the enrolled only. Currently looking at our enrolled numbers, it is cheaper to take the enrolled only plan.
Okay, so with Blue Cross, our current policy that we have, do we have to pay for everyone? So we only pay for the people enrolled?
Only enrolled only.
And it's not a higher rate because we're not paying for people who are enrolled? Because isn't it a higher rate?
It is.
How much higher is it?
You're looking at, you're going from $13,750 to $15,104.
Considerably some.
And so the cost per employee with the regular PPO state employee insurance and the Blue Cross insurance, that comes out to $921.60 a year that the employee would pay. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have some other questions too. Yes, so I noticed that the amount that people on the HSA would get drops from I think it's 222 right now down to $83 if we go to the state plan. Why such a big change?
It is the amount mandated by the state that we put in to the HSA if we move over to their plan. Currently, we are just taking our PPO plan and our HSA plan, and we're taking the difference of the two in the premiums and giving that money to the HSA plan.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just still 222 is much better for those people than 83. Then, I noticed also there is a change in the life insurance. It will drop from 50,000 down to 25,000.
We do not have to take their life insurance. I actually talked to Todd again this morning before I came in here, and he was clarifying with me that we would stay with our life insurance plan that we currently have. We would not be leaving our life insurance plan, so we would stay with the 50,000.
There is also a real cost difference for on prescriptions for the non-preferred prescriptions between the two different plans. Our current plan is one price, and the state plan is $20 higher on the non-preferred. Why so much difference?
I think it's just the plan they have, but they also cover specialty drugs, which our current one does not cover.
How many people do we have on specialty drugs?
I can count at least 10 right now without going out and asking more people.
Out of 565?
About 500 that are currently enrolled. We have 501 that I counted last night that are currently enrolled.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you switch insurance companies, you have to do a buy-in, right? So, and then you pay an additional amount of money for when you hire new people. So, so after the first year, because I know there's still some of that state money left for the initial buy-in, after the first year, how much would be the initial buy-in for new employees?
From what I'm understanding from Jennifer Pike at the state is once we have bought in, we are bought in. If we add more people, it just adds and we can switch over to all enrolled versus enrolled only or vice versa. We wouldn't have to pay an extra $4,500 per person that we add in. So that initial buy-in wouldn't be there anymore. Yeah.
From other sources.
That's what Jennifer Pike that is over at OGI has told me.
Okay.
I talked to her 3 times this week about all of this.
Okay.
And then is it true if we were to switch to the state employee plan that our deductible, everything we paid for up to this year would go back to zero in July?
It would be in September we can make our active date. But yes, that is true. But then your deductible is only $350 versus $1,000.
And then we would also be locked in with them for 5 years.
Yes, we are locked in for 5 years.
And then we would be out of the state school pool, which would probably we would never get back into if we wanted to switch.
It could take time to get back into it. Just kind of depends.
Lori, did you
Lexi, I have a question about, so does the state insurance, you know how each year our insurance goes up, the state insurance, does it go up as well? And how does it affect us? I mean, do we have to pay if it goes up? How does that work for us individually?
Individually,
Yeah.
their prices have remained the same for an individual. It would affect the district more. There wasn't giant increase this year. It was bigger than it has been in the past 10 years, but they're looking at about the same amount of increase that we did this year. This year was a 10% increase for them, but on average they're about 5 to 6% increase annually.
So if there's a 10% increase next year in the state insurance, that affects all the employees as well, correct?
It would affect the employees on their salary side, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Lexi, what about the one that is like the state, but not, but it's on our own? What's the difference in pricing on that one?
For the employee or the district?
The employee.
Employee, if we decided to take on the full premium, it won't be as harsh on the employee. I haven't cut down numbers because I've never really been given the yes, we want that plan from people in the district or anybody around. But it would have a higher cost to the district. It would probably be the middleman between the two.
And Angela, you're referring to that one where we had improve our what we're in now in the state pool and improve our deductibles that were comparable. Is that the one you were talking about?
Yeah, it was the one that is real comparable to what the state was, but didn't put us on the.
And we're still in the same pool. We wouldn't have to change our pool that we're in.
Any more questions for Lexi? Might take a minute just to think about all that, huh?
I do have that sheet that Todd gave us that night, and if we went to that option one, it was $1,006.20 per employee.
And we just don't know how much we as a district would put in yet.
Right.
If we would put the amount that we're putting in for the current plan, and so then the employee does have a premium, or if we would cover that full 1,006.
It was an option he gave us when we were talking state. It was somewhere in between.
Does anybody need chocolate or anything? So Lexi does have the recommendation from the insurance committee. Is that something you want to hear about, or just?
I have some other questions. So I know that only 101 people. I know that only 101 people answered the survey, and over 500 people were sent the survey. Correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So 101 is not even 20% of our employees. Did anyone think that after only 101 of those came back, that perhaps faculty meetings should have been called at the various schools saying, hey guys, this is really important. We need your input on this. Please, right now, go in and do this survey.
I was hoping that from the committee meeting that would have been stated that we wanted it out there. In my own wants to hear what people wanted, I did go out to all but 2 schools to hear what people had to say specifically to me and answer any individual questions that they had. A lot of what I got back, which was about 85% of the voices in the district of those 7 schools that I went to, was state plan, but it was after I sat with them and answered very in-depth questions with them as well as I could.
Okay, because I've had a number of people speak to me from various places who feel that they didn't take the survey purposefully because they felt they didn't have enough information about the 2 plans, and so we're still making a decision on less than 20% of our staff.
What I did at the end of the insurance committee was go around from school to school and take the word from the insurance committee rep from each school to find out what they got from their building as their option for their building, in hopes that they got the information they needed from them or myself when I met at the school.
So Um, I know that it's a concern at many schools that if we go to the state plan, that quite a few people will be riffed to be able to pay for that, not just certified but also classified. Um, how many would that be?
This has never been decided anywhere that this would be an option. So that would come after this whole thing of deciding what we needed to do with staff. But that has never been stated anywhere from
So we would
that I
decide
know
to
of.
switch before we knew if people were going to have to be riffed to pay for it.
I'm not sure. I'm just the insurance information. I wish I could give more information, but I can't.
Hey, Bonnie, would you be able to speak on that with the whole riff thing?
On which part?
If that's something that might be considered.
I'll just go down by Dr. Park. We have just recently been given any of the information on the budget because the state has not given us a lot of numbers yet, and so it has not come to us very quickly. This budget was put together without our input, just so you know. And the idea of riffing any that's a board emergency declaration that has not been made. We have not said anything about riffing anybody. I don't know where this rumor has started, but we have not said we're riffing anybody. And so our goal is to get the best that we can for our employees so that we can keep and retain good employees. And if we can figure it out how to do it, and if we have accurate numbers, then we can do that.
Thank you so much. Lexi, I just have a couple of questions because our school is one of the ones that you came to. I did take advantage of going and having a conversation with you, but when I walked in, there were a lot of classified employees in there talking to you and having their questions answered, which is awesome. But then I had a lot of teachers later say, "Hey, what's the deal with this?" And they wanted I said, "Why didn't you go talk to Lexi? She was here. I don't know the answers for this. It's not my job." So at each building, and our insurance rep, I just learned like 2 days ago who that person was, and no conversations ever happened in our building. But how many actual teachers had someone, our administration was awesome. "Hey, we'll come cover your class if you want to come talk to her." How many teachers came and talked to you? Because it's a lot easier for classified individuals to go down than us. We can't just walk away from 30 kids and leave them unsupervised. How many teachers did you actually visit with, do you think, on average?
If I had to come up with a number, it would probably be at least half of our certified staff. My biggest show up was Rupert, mainly because I did show up to their faculty meeting that Friday morning. I was asked to attend that, and that was my biggest group of certified, but I was able to meet with quite a few certified at all schools. So I would say probably about 50%.
Yes, you did. And that's why I said our administration was great about saying we'll cover classes. But a lot of teachers came to me later, and when I asked them, "Why didn't you go talk to her?" "Well, we just didn't want to." And they expect me to know the answers. I don't. And I told them that. You should have went and talked to her.
So, in speaking about the insurance rep, 11 people in my hallway did not know anything about this. Our insurance rep did not get out there and say anything. So, it's unfair to say that our building, because you didn't make it to our building, we did not get the opportunity to ask questions. Therefore, the survey was not answered because the questions could not be answered.
Anything else for Lexi? Okay, thanks, Lexi. All right, where do we go from here now, folks? Comments, concerns, ideas, break? Yeah, let's take about a 5-minute break. Make that 10. Okay, let's go ahead and bring everybody back and get started again.
So I need to talk to Lexi. I got more questions for Lexi.
Gotcha. Okay. I'll get her. I'll have her come back up here too.
Okay, well, good. I had a few more questions for Lexi. So, Lexi, how much again do you say that the district's actually paying currently for this school year for employee?
11,800.
So, where'd you come up with that? Because I added all the numbers and it comes out to 11,000.
So we take the
And that's the life map. That's the whole deal. Comes out to 11,000 per
we
employee.
take the 923.
It's
That paper
900.
doesn't show it well.
So I added it up for what everything cost the district cost for me to be on the life, the vision, the dental, the whole thing. It came out to $915.18 and 18 cents. So
Monthly?
you take that's everything. That's dental, that's vision, that's Cobra, that's life map, that's what goes into my HSA, which goes and then my health premium. Okay, so you take 915 times 12, comes out to $10,982.16.
Let me grab it.
Not 11,800. So I was just curious why the difference.
Sorry, I'm pulling it so I can get it correct. So we're gonna take. Sorry, on the medical side, you're gonna look at 923.98 because
Okay, I'm
that's
talking about currently. So currently,
that is our current.
current.
Because we are going to look at it at the amount that we pay
Okay,
for the
currently,
employee
right
and
here,
spouse.
Todd showed us that we paid $855.15.
We're going to look at it at the amount that we pay for the employee and spouse because it's our higher number, the 923.98
Okay.
per employee.
Okay.
Then we're going to add the 4401 for dental. 619.
So where did the 923 come from? Because why didn't Todd put that on here?
That's Todd's paper. This is. I wasn't here when they negotiated this last year.
No, this is the one he gave us at the first insurance committee.
So this is what we go off of to make that amount, though, of the 11,800.
So who's right? Our insurance guy gives us this amount.
Because we're going to go off of this number that we pay, the higher number. So what we pay for employee and spouse or family, which is the 923.98, is what we pay for them.
Okay, so why isn't our insurance guy right on this?
What was that, Bus?
Why isn't our insurance guy giving us the correct information in the first insurance committee meeting? Because I have the transaction report to make sure this was right from my own, for what the district pays for me. It comes out to $915.18 total.
So here's what that 923.
Okay,
98.
I understand it, but I'm just confused why we don't have the correct information.
So the information that is on that paper is going to be for employee only. That we're looking at is the 855.15.
Okay, I know. Then you add.
I don't know where they came up with the 923.98 for last year in negotiations for what we would pay for a family.
Okay, so that's that 923, $68 of that would go to people that had dependents, correct?
Yep.
So not everybody's using that. So it's not costing the district $923 or whatever that is per month.
Yeah.
So whoever has dependents
Yep.
gets that full amount.
Yep.
Correct?
Correct.
So how many people is that?
You're asking me questions I wasn't prepared for, Wes.
Sorry.
I know that
We got to see how all this affects everyone.
I know that I have at least 18 people on the family plan. And I can say that for the family plan alone. I cannot say for just a spouse or just children.
Okay. So that's where I'm confused, because I'm looking at my transaction report here for me, and that's why I'm wondering where we're coming up with 11,800
Brandy, did you have a
per
question?
employee, because that's not going to be accurate either.
Well, I'm just curious, so that we are comparing apples and apples, not apples to pineapples. Can we do just employee for both sides, for the state and for what we're currently paying? Or if we're going to do employee and spouse for current, what it would be for state and employee with the state? I mean, employee and spouse for the state. We just need to make sure that everything is being compared equally. I think that's where maybe the discrepancy is. I don't know.
It could be. The state number is the same across the board for every single person. It'll either be the 1114 or it'll be the 12. The 12. $27.
So I'm a very visual person. Is there any way we can get that up there?
Taylor,
Thank you.
He left. I'm like, will my phone cast? I think I can cast.
She's gonna try to put it up there. Just be a minute.
Like, I don't know what airplane. Oh, that's way too easy. Well, we'll see how all that works. So, Wes, where do you want me to be, or Brandy, or someone? And this is your PPO plan.
Lexi, take it out of dark mode on your thing. It should show up a little better.
Yeah.
We'll make the highlighting really messed up. See if it'll.
You can't see it better?
Well, at least, okay, just the highlight, yeah, yellow highlighting is.
Mm-hmm. This is the same one that was in the survey. I do have printouts, but they're not color friendly if you want them. The survey. So if you go to that survey, it'll still pull them up. May 11th. This one? Yeah.
You're all concentrating so hard. Do you need some more time just to look at it a little bit? Just nod your head.
So Lexi, on the state plan, so for example, on our current plan, we can borrow from like chiropractor. Can we do that on the state plan as well?
I have a question. So is it district wide, is it feasible for us to go to the state plan? Can we afford to do it? That's the main question that I have. If we go to the state plan, can we afford to do that? So I don't know. We probably need to talk about that.
I'm having the same question that Lori just brought up is if we're struggling with figuring out how to increase salaries and meet everything, it doesn't feel like to me that we can afford to even be looking at something that will put us $400,000 more dollars into where's that going to come from? What has to give? So I'm struggling with this whole debate of these two policies. It feels like we're shopping in an area that we really can't
So,
right now.
thank you,
That's what
Diane.
I'm
Let's put up some options about what what we could do now. I think is that appropriate to do right now?
Can I ask a quick question to Lexi? Lexi, there's been a lot of questions about the retirees. So if someone is hired after 2009, and I think there's been mixed information that has been given. I don't know where it's coming from, but can you speak to those? Do I have the date right? Is it 2009?
Yeah.
Can you speak to how the state plan would affect those individuals and how many individuals we're talking about in our district? I'm guessing quite a few.
Yeah, so the number is if you retired in 2009 or earlier and are still under 65, which it's a long time to still be under 65 and have retired that long ago, that you can stay on the current plan that we will hold. If you have retired after that and you're over 65 or anything like that, there are 7 options offered by the state using your sick leave to have medical benefits. They are your own private plans, so as our premiums increase, yours does not. Yours stays across the board of whatever benefits you and yourself or your family or whoever is on your plan. Nobody will lose their sick leave. Sick leave goes nowhere.
So I just have a question. Is it actual retirees before, or is it those hired by the district? I guess I misunderstand this.
Retirees that hold Percy. So it is anybody under that bubble of Percy retirees.
So people that have actually retired.
Mm-hmm. Did that answer it, Brandy?
It's just confusing.
So what kind of plans are we talking about? Because obviously all of us in here are not retired, so it affects us.
There is an Aetna plan, 2 different Blue Cross plans, a Select Health plan. Ooh, don't quote me on what the other 2 are. I can't think of them off the top of my head. They also have 3 different dental plans, and they will also help you pay for your Medicare Part B if you are of age to get Medicare, or even pay your Medicare premium out of your sick leave.
And so how quickly does our sick leave that we've accumulated, how quickly is it eaten up in these different plans offered by the state versus what we currently have?
The last person I have worked with, which is for this year's retirement, they're going to be paying whatever we choose right now if we were to stay with Todd's plan. So the 900 and whatever to keep their insurance, their sick leave will be gone in 6 months if they stay on our plan. So they are actually choosing just to stay medical and dental with us and go shop for a different plan outside of us. That is one thing that the state is going to help these people with, is they will be able to shop those plans with our retirees, find that best plan to meet their needs, and determine if they could get a premium that's only $500 versus $800 or $900. So it ends up saving their sick leave.
Not quite sure where to go from here. Do we keep talking or do you want to start? I mean, you've thrown out options, I feel like, in this discussion that we might need to get up there unless I'm not.
I'll put up an option. and it basically is applies directly to the interest. We put up one of the interests up there. Stay on the current insurance plan.
Any others out there or any discussion on this?
I have an option. Everybody's going to get a big raise. Don't provide any insurance. And then next year we don't have to face this problem. We get $5 billion back into the budget.
No insurance. Okay.
No insurance and $5 billion back into the budget.
I have another option. And I'm doing this because I feel like we need to give a voice to the people that did vote for it. That we that we go to the estate plan. They may not be part of this team, or they might be, but they need to have an option up there.
Anything else, anybody? Do you need to take some time? Do you want to go back and talk about salary a little bit and how that might?
TL Coffee Caucus,
Yes. How long, Brandy?
15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna call everybody back together again. So if we have some people to speak or whatever.
I have another option. We get more information and come back.
I'd like to see us put this to a vote, our options.
You want to go down from top
Yeah,
to bottom?
yeah,
to the
I'd
list?
like to see
Okay. Is everybody okay?
where we stand.
Is everybody okay with putting these options to a vote? See where we're at on insurance?
Yeah.
Dr. Parker, will you come? Oh, sorry. Okay, so we have number one, which is what, Abby? Read that, what it says, please. Distance. Yep. Okay, so up or down or wherever you want to go with that. Okay, so let me look here. Don't come down. Oh my God. Okay, I think did we just agree? We didn't have any down. Keep that one, yeah.
Start.
Yeah. Did we keep going? What's number two, Abby?
Option B, no insurance.
Okay, we vote on that.
And 5 million back in the budget.
Okay. All right. So, thank you. That was a good one. I know that's just what I was going to say. Who had their thumbs down? Okay, Wes, go ahead.
One thing I know is insurance is a big option for people to have, and it's definitely an attraction. Oh, sorry, my fault. Sorry, Jim. My one thing is insurance is a big thing to have, to know it's provided for, and having a plan in place for having any kind of business. And I know because of how things are line item from the state, we would be turning away essentially almost $5 million from the state, because there's $5 million that has to be spent on insurance that comes from the line item. So it's a back and forth. You would be getting the full funding from the state on it, just from how I know the funding formula.
Was there anybody else with the thumbs down? I don't think. Everybody.
I think insurance is necessary for for families, for individuals, especially with you know being human. We have medical needs that got to be taken care of,
Yep.
and I think it's also not legal to offer no insurance.
Lori? Oh, okay. Nope, you don't. Brandy?
If we want to hire and retain people, we need to provide insurance for them. So that's why I voted no. And I'm going to mirror what Wes said.
Okay.
Everyone that puts a thumbs down has to give a reason. I thought just one person.
No,
Everybody.
You all have
Okay.
to say one.
Oh, I come to work for insurance, so I quit my job, I guess.
I mirror what Wes said, and it's a benefit. It's why some of us work.
Okay. Is that it? Oh, Angela.
I just say retaining teachers or employees all over.
Okay. Thank you.
Same thing. You're not going to attract and retain in this time period without offering insurance.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So you got that crossed off, Abby. And next is the state insurance plan. So let's vote on that, if you would. Okay, so we've got either down or sides. Okay, thank you. So
Who's the first?
Yeah, who was that? Thank you, Wes.
My staff was in favor of keeping our insurance the same. That's probably my biggest reason, but I have others as well that we can't afford it. And we're locked in for 5 years, to name a couple things.
Thanks, Diane.
I put a note. Yeah, locked in for 5 years. Insurance goes up year after year after year, so the cost effectiveness of it's in question, and just the current plan is more affordable than the state plan will. The district will save money in the long run.
Thank you. Brandy?
She was thumbs up.
Okay.
So I'm responsible for the special education budget, which is a federal budget, and the state legislature did not give more money for the special education budget, a federal budget, and that very highly impacts the budget. Most every expense in that budget is paraprofessionals who are classified and like just be a budget killer.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I did. I just can't fathom spending the money towards that and being locked in at 5 years.
I'm with Diane. I don't think we can afford it, and I don't like the idea of being locked in for 5 years.
Okay, thanks everybody. So Abby, we take that one off?
Take it off.
Yep. Okay, the next one is get more information and come back to discuss insurance. Let's have a vote on that. Okay, right, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thumbs down, people, speak up.
I feel like we've received our information and made our decision.
Those that completed the survey, their voices were heard, and I think that's enough said.
We heard the information and we have all the information that we need. And I love y'all, but I do not want to come back.
I'm sideways.
I'm with Lori. We heard the information. It looks like we have an option that people are at least agreeable. We do have an option we can go with.
To me, it's a no-brainer. Spend all the money on insurance or stay with our current plan.
I'm with Nicole. It's, what, are you going to spend it all on one thing and then have nothing for this?
Okay, thank you. So, are we going to can we go ahead and agree on that and then move back to salary?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, so then you can just circle that we're state.
Yeah, circle that.
So, and you've got everything you need? Okay. And then you take that one off, put it on the wall.
And so now we get those other options back up there.
Yes.
Okay.
We're back to salary, so you can put the option.
Yeah, put that one.
TL, can we, since B is already taken care of, can we just cross that one off, or do we have to go through the vote process with number B since we've already done it?
Yeah, you can just cross it out.
Is everybody okay with that? I just like one less thing to vote on. Okay, good call.
Okay, so now we just need to have people speak to this or put up some other options.
Randy, do you have anything to say to your option that you put up there?
Sure. We just voted to save money, and it was a district proposal that we were given. So as a district proposal, I think it's going to back what the state superintendent of education stated, what legislators have stated, what was stated on the post-legislative roadshow that several of our administrators went to in Twin Falls, and I just think it reflects the intent of the bill.
Thanks, Brandy. Anybody else? So who is the bottom proposal there from?
Lori.
Lori? Okay, Lori.
I have to talk. My reason for putting that option up there was because I just felt like if we didn't have to cut anywhere more than what we've already done, would be good to go. Like I said from the very beginning, I would have loved to give everybody the 63. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it work, and this was my thought process.
Diane?
And Lori's proposal for C also supports legislature and what was spoken for that increase of pay for certified staff, in that it's for every staff member, and we have more people and we don't want to lose people, so it's the best we can do for what we've got right now with our staffing.
Sherry.
It's interesting to me, the intent of the bill, and I agree, it's a wonderful intent, but when our legislature doesn't even really look at how we fund teachers, like that we've got people out of federal dollars, that they don't take that into account. And we as a district are going above and beyond. We're getting, more staff to meet the needs of students. It's just kind of hard. It's a little bit disheartening. It's great that they gave the money, but just hard.
From the post-legislative roadshow, frequently asked questions. It says the precise amount will vary from location to location.
So as to speak to one of the interests, so when we have counties, school districts like competing for our employment, Twin Falls, Gooding, and Wendell's, that are meeting that full need, I just don't understand how that makes us competitive if we're gonna go $1,000 less. I don't understand I'm not sure where the competition's at, and I'm pretty sure Cassius. I'm not sure exactly what they are working it out today. I believe. I don't know where they're at, but I know it was going to be awfully close to the full amount. So.
Kaja settled and they were at 6,100.
Do we know what they had to do to get to that amount too?
I'm not sure. But if Cash is at 6,100, Twins, it's the full. Wendell and Gooding are at the full. We have 4 districts around us that are beating us significantly.
Can we take a 15-minute caucus?
Okay, 15 minutes. Okay, let's go ahead and get started again. And then I think we'll have a switch from the table here in a few minutes, Brandy. So you just let us know when we need to make that switch. Nicole would be the one, Nicole Manning would be coming back. If that's all right with everybody, just do a thumbs up for me, please. Okay, if we get done, then that's good. All right, where are we? Somebody speak.
Okay, I would like to speak. So we recognize that next year our classified are getting a pretty good increase in their salary and their pay, which I commend. We are all ecstatic about that. They definitely need to receive more money for all the hard work they put in. But we're looking at the Idaho State Department of Education salary-based apportionment worksheet, we did notice that in our school district, we are currently, and this does not take into consideration the 4% plus the step increase for administration, but our administration, we're just kind of curious because our district is willing to spend $292,343 more than the state allocates for administration. Yet when we're asking for the full $6,359 for teachers, which, as Lori's pointed out a few times, comes to approximately $260,000. That's not something that's willing to be spent. So that's something we
Thank you, Brandy.
about.
Well, I tried to math. Which I'm not, there's a reason I teach English. But I was able to come up with some figures. So, we saved quite a bit by staying with our current health plan, our current medical. And so I wanted to see, approximately how much was that. And I did not, what I looked at was like the total amount, regardless of who was paying it, whether it was the district's share, an employee's share, whatever. And I just looked for solely the employee, nobody else. So what I found was that if we figure it out, for all 555 employees, we're saving about 1.6 million over what the state plan would cost. And if we go with a lower number of 529 employees, then we're saving about 1.5 million. So it seems that we said we couldn't afford the state plan. But now we have uncommitted money that should be committed to teachers because the law does not say it's about this or some districts can give less. It doesn't say that. It says an additional 6,359 shall be allocated to each cell. It's not may, it's shall. That means you're supposed to do it. For a long time, the district has wanted us to be on the state salary schedule, and they didn't want to give more into the various cells. We did a lot of years where it was just a stipend instead that somebody got, so that we could stay at the state level. Well, the state salary schedule has $6,359 in each cell. So we can't talk out of both sides of our mouth. When we say something, it has to be what we really mean. Words matter.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else? Sherry?
Well, I'm interesting that I can't remember the exact figure, Marion, like 1.5 million or so, but we're not really saving that money because we never had that money to spend. We're not spending that money, granted, but I don't see where we're saving it. And anyway, that's my response for that.
I would say the same thing. It's not money we had. We're just not spending it. So I don't know how we come up with that extra 1.5 million.
Is there any other comments? Myron, you look like you're looking for something.
Yes, so on the general fund budget, it shows the carryover is going to be 2,600,000. So on carryover.
Do we need to, does everybody have that number, or you want to talk to Michelle again, or?
This one.
Let's talk
Yes,
talk
it's
to
in the
Michelle.
file that Michelle gave us.
Okay. Can you explain that for us, Michelle?
So what's the question? The question, what was it?
So you have the estimated 22-23 carryover as 2,600,000. Is it going to be? Is it not going to be that? Like, is it going to be zero? Because
No, it's pretty close to $2.6 million.
okay,
But we're using fund balance. I'm going to keep saying this. We're using fund balance to balance a budget, which is scary because that's one-time money. So,
well, or you have the contingency at 5% at 1.8 million, right? Okay, so then, Brandy, isn't it like just 200,000 extra we need to fund the 6,300? How much is it?
Lori has stated several times that it's approximately $260,000.
Okay, so we have enough.
that it's already built into that budget, though. Okay.
Okay, but what I'm
That's
saying
built.
is
The 2.6 is already built into the budget I've looked at right there, and that has only the 5,300 in it. For
Right, but what she's referring
it's
to is
balanced.
the carryover.
Yeah, and it's there already. It's already planned. It's already planned within that budget.
But again, if it's 260,000, we have enough. That's a yes or a no. That's not anything in between.
So we're gonna start with a $1.8 million contingency. So we're gonna take down from 2.6 and go down to 1.8, and then we'll be starting our next year with only 1.8 in contingency.
Okay, but we're still going to have 260,000, right?
No.
So how do we not have 260,000 if we have 1.8 million?
Because I only budgeted $5,300, not $6,300.
But Lori's been telling us it would cost 260,000 to go above the 5,300.
To go to something else.
No, that's how much the difference is between the two options.
But what two options? Help me.
So between these two options.
Do you put an option up there for
Okay, so
61?
So we didn't put another option up there. We were talking about options. What I was trying to point out is if we raise that, we've got whatever we choose. Let's say we pick $6,000, we're going to have to come up with the difference. Somehow we're going to have to pay for that. And so what are we going to take off the table? And so, for example, all of these districts that paid whatever, 6,100, 6,300, they all had to sacrifice something. So I don't know, like even in Gooding, they had to sacrifice something. Mr. Larson, do you want to talk about what it is that you guys had to sacrifice over there to get where you were at?
Wait, we have to vote?
Are you guys okay with him explaining what he had to do in his district to get $6,300?
No, because we're not Gooding.
Okay, so in Minidoka County, we're going to have to do something. We're going to have to cut something if you guys are, or if we're going to try to get to a higher number. So whatever it is.
Every year we have to cut something.
Okay, well then we can talk about
Cuts
options there.
A real way of life in education.
And if we have to cut something to come up with that $260,000, why does our district find that it's fine to have $292,000+ for administration pay? And that's fine, and that doesn't include the 4% increase that they're getting next year. How is that money is okay, but coming up with $260,000 for their teachers is not?
Now, I've sat at this table previously when we had only one administrator at the middle schools, and maybe at that time there were junior highs, and I remember that being an interest and that being something that this a different group, because it wasn't the same group, but it was something that was desired, that was more administrators at the middle schools or junior high, whatever it was then, and then the district did that. And I don't, there's choices. I know Minico really generates 4 administrators, but they don't have 4 administrators because we ship them other places. It's just administration's changed a lot. I know the elementary schools, I just in the 8 years that I've been the special ed director, it's just amazing how much more administrators have to take on their role. It's super difficult, just like each one of you in your classes as teachers. You just have so much more, and we try and make it work. And that's my thoughts on the subject.
So can I ask a question? After looking into a few things, the line items in the budget for software, computers, all of that, the 9th and 6th grade laptops comes to $900,000. It's my understanding that that money was moved into the general fund because of the ESSER funding that we received, where it used to come from the plant facilities levy. Why can't some of that money be moved back into the plant facilities?
Would you like Michelle to answer that?
So we have to balance a plant facility budget as well. And we have a committee that gets together to decide what projects, and we have a lot of planned projects for plant facility. Our next supplemental levy is not till November for the following year. And we have a lot of committed projects that we have already planned on this last supplemental levy. One of them being the Mount Harrison HVAC system. We could take a look at that, but I couldn't commit to that kind of thing because a lot of the projects are in process or already being planned for this summer that are going to take place for next year. The HVAC alone is $1.1 million. And they're ordered, yeah. So a lot of it, it's something we'd have to look at, but it's already kind of a plan that we've told our patrons already what we were using that money for. Now, granted, when we pass the next levy, we might want to look at increasing that levy or something because we are receiving some plant facility money from the state that's going to offset the certification cost. So, but that won't happen till the following year.
So, point of clarification. So, is there some reason we can't use from the 1.8 million to pay for this difference? I just was curious.
My question is, what do we do next year? I mean, we're already like struggling this year. I guess that's my question.
Hey TL, we need to have a short break because Carrie's computer's dying.
Okay.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to take about a 5-minute for technical difficulties.
Tia, I'm gonna have to leave.
Okay, so Heather,
Heather will be taking my spot.
okay. Heather's going to come to the table. Could I get a quick on that one? Brandy, you okay with that? Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and come back to order. We want to welcome Nicole and Heather to the table. Thank you. Any comments or concerns or anything?
I just need to make a clarification. mentioned earlier, I think I mentioned earlier that Kaja did $6,100. It's actually 6,025 was the actual number. So I just need to clarify that.
So, Carrie, can you clarify for us or know anything as far as the teachers that have resigned, if those we know if those positions are going to be filled? Are any of their first or second year teachers? Is there any way we can find that out?
I have a spreadsheet that I was given all certificated employees. I have marked as category 1, category 2, and then I put the list of everybody who's resigned. I do know out of all that have resigned, and that includes retirees, there was 23.
Okay. And so then the district is planning Dr. Parker to fill all 23 of those positions?
I don't think it's all 23, but I think they, as Michelle indicated, they've gone out and talked to each of the
Okay.
principals in terms of what they needed for next year, and that's how the budget was built.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Wes, some of the teachers that we're talking about that we know they're gone have already been replaced and already been okayed by the board, as we've been moving through. So that number is not exactly right because we've already hired some of those people.
In reading the frequently asked questions, I said that the amount will vary from location to location. We've already determined that. The other thing it says is that the elected board will determine the actual allocation.
Correct. And the legislature also said we want to hear that the teachers are getting what we approved. That came from, I can't remember the senator off the top of my head, from Meridian. I can't remember. It starts with Mortog. How do you say that last name? Senator Representative. I can't remember. Can't remember who. Off the top of my head.
Do you have any other comments while Wes is looking for stuff? Dr. Parker?
Well, I don't think there's any intent that you don't get the 6359. I think it's a matter of how many instructional units we have that we have to divide that over based off of how many we're given to figure the 653 or 6,359. We have to allocate that over all the extra faculty we have.
Okay. And this is what Senator Lori Hartog from Meridian said, that I hope our administration, our school board members who are going to be at the negotiating table hear this loud and clear. It better get to every single teacher. Quoted by that senator.
Well, I would say that's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to give it to they give it 6,000, whatever the figure is. I'm not great at following it, but they give it for us for 212 teachers, and we're not just giving it to 212. We need to distribute it across every teacher that we have. We hire too many good folks, I guess, to follow the legislature.
So Tia, I just need to make sure I'm doing the right thing here. So do we need more options up there? I guess I don't know. That their option is A. Somebody recommended that. I recommended C. Do we need to vote on those options? And if they don't work,
I think you
then
can still add options.
next thing, or we add. What do we
Yeah.
need to do here?
Yeah.
Does anybody have anything else they would like to add, or
Oh, we
gonna
thought you did.
stand still here? Okay.
I have an option. My option would be something that we've been working on as a district and as this team. We've been trying to get the grandfathered folks into the salary schedule. So when we do have increases from the government from the legislature, from the state government, that we can all get those increases incrementally, more distributed more fairly. So my option would be to get option is to get the grandfathered folks into the salary schedule.
Yeah, and both options that are proposed up there do that. They both do, correct? Yep, they both do. That's going. You can take that off. It's up to you. It's her option.
I'd say, Abby, leave it on just in case. I mean, you don't know what other kind of option we might come up with. Maybe, that might become relevant. Salary schedule. Included in the salary schedule. Right now, they're at the bottom.
Anything else? Anybody? Heather?
Caucus.
Yes.
5 minutes.
Okay. You ready for the weekend or what? What are you gonna do? What do you do to relax? Okay, we'll go ahead and call everybody back to the table, and if anyone wants to talk, that'd be great.
Well, I guess I will.
Heather, would you move it?
So I guess I need some clarification, I think is maybe the word I want. Um, Looking at the salary based apportionment, what I see is that for administrators, we're allowed 16.86 and a bunch of other numbers, but we actually have 17.67. Um, and nobody here is going to say that we don't need more administrators, because we feel our administrators work very, very hard. They're dealing with lots of things, many of which are very, very unpleasant. Um, but the district is currently willing to pay about over 200,000, almost 300,000 more than what the state allows for administration. And um, the people who are closest to the kids, the teachers, were saying, okay, a couple 100,000 here too, um, but we're being told no. And we feel like our administrators are supportive of us and helpful to us, um, but we're kind of wondering, why is it okay here, but not okay here?
Thanks, Mara. Neat comments.
So, okay, uh, I don't even know how to really respond to that other than in our district, we have tried really hard to make sure that we were fair across the board with everyone, with our classified people, with our certificated teachers, with administration. We try to be fair across the board. And for people to like single out admin, for example, like, okay, they don't, we're over our teachers by a long shot. And that we do that for a specific reason because we want our kids to have the best opportunity to have an education and do what's best for our teachers and our kids in general. And for us to single out admin, I frankly find it offensive just a little bit. I'm sorry, because it should be equal across the board.
So we're not over a whole bunch by teachers. According to the State Department figures, um, we're only 6 teachers over our FTE. And when you're talking about hundreds of teachers, and you're saying it's only 6 that we're over, then that's not that much.
Michelle, can you tell us how many teachers were over, please?
I think Mara's referring to where we're currently at with enrollment, not ADA.
Yes.
She's basing it on, so she's looking at this current year. That's what she's referring to in these comments.
Okay, the time's coming near a little bit here, so we have to kind of start deciding here what we're gonna.
Okay, so I'm just gonna lay out the bottom line that we have so you can think about it. So we've been trying to do some figuring to figure out what options we would have if we could raise that up to, let's say, $6,100. And here's what we could come up with that we felt wouldn't be too detrimental overall. And this can be an option for us. It's hopefully something we can all live with. Okay, so let's say we shoot for $6,100, but we would have to do away with these things to make that work in the budget. And there would be some adjustments that would still have to be made with Michelle's numbers and all of that. But class wallet is $50,000. I don't know if we need to list the money, but we can just put class wallet. Certificated loyalty. And leadership stipends. And the reason I'm mentioning leadership stipends is because now people do leadership because they get credit for it in the salary schedule. And those between those 3 things, we came up with enough money that we could pay $6,100. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I believe there was some money they would have to come out with contingency. It wasn't perfect, but it was closer. Is that right, Michelle? Have to leave the counselor bonus. Yes. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Is that what we talked about? Is that right, everybody? Okay. That's what we got.
And that would take care of the grandfather too as well. Right. So we have the other option too.
That would put them up in the.
Right.
Can I have a caucus real quick?
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay, let's get everybody back to the table.
So the one that Lori put up there, do we have this on paper so we can see it how this affects everyone? Well, like, so do we have one of these?
Michelle. So Wes is asking this. I don't know how easy this is to do, but how he was wondering how this my proposal affected everyone. There's really not a way to tell that, is there? Or do you know if there's a way to tell how that affects everyone on the salary schedule?
We have something like this? Yes. Please.
We're gonna have to go another 15 minutes.
Yeah, you better.
Okay, we're getting very near to the 4 o'clock time, so for us to continue, we need to either extend the time or, so we need to take care of that first, Michelle. Oh, okay. So we need to do that in about 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, half an hour. Go home.
15 minutes is my
15
vote.
minutes. 15, thumbs up for 15. Okay, thank you. Okay, I think Ashley's getting ready to pull it up for us here. No pressure. Okay, I think it's up there on the screen so everybody can see it.
And just to clarify, this is the option that would do away with leadership stipends, certificated loyalty, and class wallet, correct? Thank you.
Yeah, Wes, with the exception of the counselors get a leadership.
The counselors still would get their
Right,
stipend?
they would still get theirs.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Could we get this printed out, please?
They're doing that right now.
Great, thank you.
So can I ask a question of Michelle? I was just wondering what that total number was that we had to cut to do that. Is it the 210? Which one? Okay, thank you, Michelle.
We are getting pretty close to 4:15. Do we need to extend another 10, 15, or?
I think we need to vote on these options. That's what I think we need to do.
I think that we should reconvene at another time and have them printed out.
I would rather meet another time if that's what the plan is. So
I didn't hear you, Wes.
I would rather meet another time that's available for TL to be here.
Okay, so Lori, yours was vote on it right now. Do we need to vote on both of those? Is that what we need to do? Is vote on both of those options? Of
We can go ahead and vote if you want to.
no, I mean about extent. Coming back another day or voting right
I
now.
believe that Ashley was printing that out. If I saw her printing, so she's bringing a copy of that. If that's what the concern is, let's get it looked at and get it this voted on so we can be done with this.
Okay, we need to add on time then. Okay, well add on everybody thumbs, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and get started again. Who's going to speak?
I am. We feel like we need more time with this to really, look over everything very carefully. So we would like to adjourn and then meet again Tuesday after school. We propose about 4:30 because that gives us time to get here. It's very difficult for Wes and I to get out of the Minico parking lot at 3:50. So, so if we could do that, that would be great.
I make a motion that we adjourn and then we come back and meet here Tuesday at 4:30.
I second it.
At 4:30, you said? I'm sorry. 4:30? Okay.
Do we vote on this? Perfect.
I did, yes. I will. I don't think it'll do any good. That's why I think we are at a point that we need to make a decision.
We put our best offer on the table, and that's what we're doing, and there's no reason to discuss it further as far as we're concerned.
Same here. We feel like we put our best offer and just like to go ahead and vote and be done.
I have my thumb down as well, and I just agree with that. We have put our best offer on the table, and let's be done.
We're making this very hard. I'm not sure. Do we vote on this stuff and then, or did we? Because you've kind of.
So, Jill, I have a question. So, what happens? Like, if we walk
That's
away now, all the options are gone, and we're
that's
done.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not quite sure. We're going to go through and vote on those options. Okay.
Are you guys voting on the options? Okay.
They want you to read them all, though.
Okay. Um, Option A, green proposed salary schedule number 2. Option C, 5,300 stay with proposal orange number 2 salary schedule. Option D, get grandfathered teachers onto the salary schedule. And option E, 6,100, do away with class wallet, certificated loyalty, and leadership stipends.
Okay, let's vote on option A. Okay. Sherry, thumb down. Yep.
The special education budget that we get from the federal government just doesn't. We can't support it with option A. The expense is too high.
Lori? Dr. Parker?
Saying it's not financially feasible.
There was a down. Can't support it financially.
Okay, so I guess we take that one off. Okay, now we're at C. Take a look at that one. Abby, you want to read it just real quick?
Yep. Option C, 5,300, stay with proposal orange number 2.
Hey, let's vote. Okay. All right, Marin, you want to speak for the thumb down?
we can't support that with any integrity, since that's not what the governor and the legislature and Superintendent Critchfield wanted. And it's not fair to our members and to the other teachers.
Looking at that, it's not fair to teachers.
It's not fair to teachers.
Looking at that proposal, not fair to teachers.
Well, I'm not still sure not why I understand it so we could see it, but I'm still not sure why we got that proposal handed to us. And I also don't. I see up to me people saying this is what the legislature said we're getting.
Okay, take that one.
Option E, 6100. Sorry. Option E, 6100. Do away with class wallets, certificated loyalty, and leadership stipends.
Mara, you want to start with the?
Again, it doesn't meet the intent of the law, the letter of the law, nor the intention of the governor, the legislature, and Superintendent Critchfield. And teachers have already heard they're getting $6,359. So that's what we need to do.
Okay, Nicole, same.
Same thing as Maren.
Okay, Nicole.
I think that I didn't let the loyalty bonus. I think that's kind of offensive to the teachers that have stuck around in the district. So,
Oh, you were sideways, huh? I think that's everybody. Wes.
Same as what they had said.
Okay. Okay, take that off, Abby. Thank you. All right, so we probably need to have a motion to adjourn and set a new meeting date if we're going to do that. Not set a date, just adjourn. Okay.
We need to caucus our people. We need to caucus for 5.
Is that good for everybody? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and call it back to the table. Who wants to speak? Who called the caucus? Yeah, okay, Dr. Parker.
I will speak to this. I remind everyone that the board sets the budget for the school district. And that per legislative directive, that the board is to set the amount for the salary increase for teachers, salary schedule. So we are, as a group, recommending that the board convene a special meeting and approve $6,100 salary increase for the salary schedule.
Does that take some of this stuff off and just going with it? I don't quite understand what all it
The
had
way
to
I
do.
understand it, the things that we offered are non-negotiable.
Okay. We need to call this. How much time? 10. Okay. Okay, let's all come back to the table if you would, please. Are you going to talk about the
Yeah. Okay, so as we discussed, we just need a clean copy of this as Michelle will work on for us so we can show people exactly what this is going to look like before we make a decision. I appreciate that. Okay, and that's why we wanted to come back Tuesday so we could show people exactly what this meant if we made this decision. Because if they're not behind it, and so we need to. That's why we want to come back at 4:30 because on Tuesday so we can show people exactly what this is going to look like.
Wait, I have a question. So if you're agreeing to that, we should make the decision today. I don't care if
No,
you show that to people. I don't care.
we have to. No, I'm not agreeing. I'm agreeing to come back at 4:30 on Tuesday after I've shown people what this if we make this decision what it looks like.
He's going to talk to their people.
Wait a minute. So I thought we already we called the bottom line as to what we were doing, and the board was going to make the decision from here.
It's clear this is our final offer, correct?
That's what you said, sir. So that's why I want to show people what the final offer is before. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Like,
sure.
does that? So like, you need to.
Right,
We
I
need to show
understand.
the employees
Right.
what the final offer is before there's a vote. Because how this affects whether you're getting your leadership stipend, whatever. So people can look and find out where they're going to be out on the scale, and what this means. That's that big a deal. That's how big a deal that is.
So it sounds like they'll go back to their folks, have a clean copy of that, show them. They'll have a time.
Show what this means. You're not going to get your loyalty bonus if
A
that's
chance
what you
to
were
talk
doing.
about that.
You're not going to get the class wallet. You're not going to get the leadership stipend. Okay.
But you understand those are not negotiable anyway.
I understand that,
Okay.
sir, but we have to show people exactly what this is before we.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So at this time, I guess Sherry, did you have something?
Well, your people, our teachers, the MCEA has given you the power to negotiate.
I understand that, but this taking away other things that we don't normally deal with. Does that make sense? Because that's the issue. How big issue is losing class wallet, your leadership stipend, and your loyalty bonus? So I don't understand how that's so hard to make sure. So we have everybody on board. So everybody knows what's going on. It's all transparent. That's what I want to be. So it's all transparent. Everybody's on the same page.
But you understand why we did that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To get to the 6,100.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Same thing other
Yes,
districts.
that's what I want to be able to explain when I give them a piece of paper that shows exactly what it took to get to this amount, as close as to what the state had passed in legislation. And I can explain it.
But it's the same thing other districts have done to get to the amount they allocated.
I understand, but our employees don't understand all those steps in between, and we need to show that if we're going to represent them.
Can I just clarify? So if it was voted down as an option when we come back together,
You can propose the option again.
You just have to propose
You just
the option
repropose
again.
it.
Yes.
Correct.
Somebody has to propose that option
Somebody,
again.
anybody within
On
the
any
whole team can.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Because people need to see for sure, because they assume and then they get mad and they don't know. Well, we made every effort to tell you exactly what we could work out in negotiations.
So are we going to reconvene on Tuesday at 4:30, or what's the
4:30.
4:30? Is that what
we
you
have
said?
school and the kids.
Yep. We need a motion on that. Okay. There's a retirement thing going on that day.
At from 3:30 to 4. Monty. Okay. Ellen.
3 to 4. So we should be okay with that time.
I move that we reconvene Tuesday at 4:30.
I second that.
All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's what, that sounds like that is what we can do.
Thank
And
you.
I don't think we have any other business here other than just to adjourn. So I need a motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
I need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I second.
All those in favor, get those thumbs up there. Thank you.
TL, can I add something? I know we adjourned, but I think it would be very important that the people understand we also gave them the option of $5,300 with no cuts. It would be helpful for them to know that too. But you guys were wanting the $6,100, and that's why we had to make those cuts.